accepted by any chamber staff members. Again, this is only open for PAC contributors, but you can donate at the door for entrance. There's a reception at 6 for all Business Summit attendees on Colonial Terrace, and we're so lucky to have this weather this week. We'll see you at 6 o'clock on Colonial Terrace. Remember to fill out your exhibit cards so that you can return them for prize entries. This is the bit where you visit all of the vendor booths and learn something more about the companies you don't know much about. Let's take a moment and thank this wonderful team at the Greenbrier. Again, yesterday was incredible, and they go above and beyond to make us feel welcome and at home. Thank you to the staff at the Greenbrier. You'll notice on your tables this morning a brochure called Invest in West Virginia's Future. This brochure explains the difference between the Chamber PAC and Cornerstone. As I mentioned yesterday, Steve, Kathy, or Brian will be more than happy to talk to you about this important program and how it is used to make a real impact in our state. As we continue to enjoy and be present in this year's summit, we're also looking ahead to a milestone event. The West Virginia Chamber's 90th annual meeting and business summit will take place from September 2nd through the 4th next year. Record crowds are expected, of course, so please go ahead and save the date, September 2 through 4. Imagine 90 years. We're just excited to be celebrating that progress. The West Virginia Chamber is an award-winning, nationally recognized organization, and we can't wait to convene next year and celebrate those big moments and milestones. Registration will open on May 1st. I also want to take a moment and tell you about the West Virginia Chamber Foundation. That's the 501c3 arm of the Chamber. The foundation works diligently to understand the unique challenges and opportunities in West Virginia while directly providing important solutions to such challenges. The foundation is able to directly provide services to youth for its Jobs for West Virginia Graduates program, where students with barriers to their success learn essential employability skills, receive assistance to graduate high school, and have the support to find a successful path into adulthood through higher education and direct entry into the workforce. Our employer partners are critical to helping us carry the mission and propel West Virginia forward. The Workforce Unifiers program will double down on efforts to provide targeted support to counties and increase workforce participation and education attainment. This apprenticeship program will directly assist individuals to programs where they can get the education they need while building their career pathway through employment. The West Virginia Chamber Foundation is dedicated to improving the lives of West Virginians, and we encourage you to become a partner and assist the foundation in any way you and your company see fit. Now on to our morning program. We are going to begin our morning with a conversation on healthcare, leadership, and legacy. I'm going to go ahead and ask our two speakers, Scott Rains and Dr. David Gazal, to head to the stage while I introduce them. Scott serves as the president and CEO of the Marshall Health Network. An Oak Hill native, he began his healthcare career in West Virginia, serving in various leadership roles over 17 years. He has led major health systems, including Northcrest Health System in Tennessee, Baptist Hospitals Incorporated in Florida, Health South, and most recently, Southeast Georgia Health System. We're so glad to have you back in West Virginia leading the Marshall Health Network. Dr. Gazal serves as Vice President for Health Affairs at Marshall University and is the sixth dean of the Joan C. Edwards School of Medicine. He is a pediatric pulmonologist and a world-renowned sleep expert. He held leadership roles at Tulane University, the University of Louisville, the University of Chicago, and the University of Missouri. We are so glad he has chosen to call Huntington home and join the Marshall Health Network. Gentlemen, the stage is yours. You got it from here?
We've got it, Mary Beth. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. And thank you for actually getting yourselves out of bed after a long night, I'm sure, and skimming on your sleep and instead being here with us. But we have a wonderful story to tell. And the one that is going to tell this story is my wonderful friend, Scott Rains here, who is going to tell us a story of vision, a story of enlightenment, a story of revolution in delivery of healthcare to a community that needs it. And to do that, I'm going to ask him a few prompting questions. I'm going to instigate his instincts to tell us everything about himself, about what he wants to do, and more importantly, about what ultimately we plan to achieve together because there is the power of we, and nobody is better to tell us that than President Smith, who coined that vision for healthcare, of 4 centers of wellness, 4 areas of excellence, that through that we will try to deliver all the care and the comprehensive care that we're trying to deliver in Huntington and in Southwest West Virginia, and also the other sides of the states neighboring us in the tri-state area. So Scott, I had the pleasure of meeting you, and from day one we established this wonderful chemistry, this brotherhood of sorts. We are obviously brothers, but not from the same mother. You're much better looking than I am.
I don't know about that, David.
And you were born, you're a native of West Virginia. You grew up here. You established your work and labor here. You succeeded here tremendously, and then you went away. And you went away and spent time in multiple states. And then finally, the West Virginia blood, the smell of the flowers,
the mountains called me home.
That you call home, attracted you back. Why did you really come back?
Well, because it's home. And for those of us that are natives of the state, and even for those of us that have had the opportunity to come to the state and be a part of it, you realize it's special. And it's hard to describe. You just know it and you feel it. And probably the better example is President Smith in and of himself. I recall sitting down with him, and I'd not met Brad before, and I felt like we had known each other forever because we had that same feeling. But to your point, yeah, I was born and raised here. Oak Hill, West Virginia's home, just a few counties over, or 1 county over, depending on how you want to drive the winding road. Grew up here, married a Huntington, West Virginia girl, had our daughters here, but life and work kind of called us away. So we made the track from starting in West Virginia to Nashville, Tennessee, where I ran a health system there and ultimately affiliated with Vanderbilt University. Was there for about 10 years. Then ultimately to Pensacola, Florida with Baptist Healthcare. Again, about another 10 years there. As our daughters grew up, we continued to kind of look at opportunities to come back home because we started to miss it immediately. But they never really presented themselves, and frankly, I think that God has a plan, and that wasn't the plan at the time. So we migrated over to Sea Island, St. Simons Island, Georgia, where I ran a health system in Georgia. And quite honestly, we were empty nesters, and we thought, okay, this is it. We'll make our happy tracks back to the state in due time, and get to see fall occasionally, and roll in and see our family. And a phone call came, and I can remember it just like it was yesterday, in the fall of last year, saying, hey, would you be interested in having a conversation with Marshall Health Network? And I was just flabbergasted that call had occurred, because we felt like that opportunity had sailed. So without question, through the process, very thorough process of replacing Dr. Kevin Yingling, who's just done phenomenal work throughout the tri-state and with Marshall Health and Marshall Health Network and Mountain Health and all the different names and iterations that we've. I have the pleasure of being selected to fill his big shoes, both figuratively and, for those of you that know Kevin, literally. He has very big shoes. But I was called upon to take Marshall Health Network forward, to look forward in what we do. And when I think about that and I look at our mission statement of advancing health, inspiring hope, and serving you, that too just felt like a natural fit. I had the opportunity to meet all of our team members and partners throughout the process of onboarding, spending time with you as we do literally weekly. And I just can tell you, it just feels, it's not almost heaven, it's more than almost heaven to me. Being here is special, being asked to help lead this organization, to collaborate with the medical school, to collaborate with our partners in Huntington, the mayor, to collaborate with my colleagues, Dave Ramsey and Albert Wright and others. It just feels right, it feels good, and it's special, and I am honored and humbled to be here and to be a part of this. And David, if I may, before we move on, Steve Roberts, Brian, you guys, what you all are putting on, I recall being at this event in the late 90s, I believe. And what it has become and what you are doing is incredible. Thank you so much for getting us together, rallying us together. Let the thought leaders and the business leaders of the state be in this room to talk about our truth, to talk about our vision, and to talk about what we can do better, but also to celebrate what's going well. This is putting fuel in the tank. It's great. So thank you, Steve. Thank you, Chamber leadership. You are phenomenal.
So one of the, as usual, something doesn't move when you, here we go, we got it. So the problems of our healthcare in the state of West Virginia are formidable. And you heard yesterday from Albert Wright about all the things that they're doing to improve their part of the state. But we obviously have also a formidable task ahead of us. And so if you want to talk a little bit about all the issues that afflict our state and how do we go about potentially working together to make it better, to really improve on the economy through the delivery of a wonderful healthcare system that ultimately leads to saving lives, but also making sure that these lives become productive, become employable, that people can do their lives by working in respected jobs, and therefore promote the economy through that venue.
Yeah, well, so, you know, as we look at within Marshall Health Network, and, you know, we talk about our mission statement, we think about our vision of really advancing health through access, through compassionate care, and with excellence across the lifespan of folks, and we talk about how we deliver that. We heard, you know, Albert talk yesterday about facilities and being in key locations, and when we think about our state, which is consistent with other states, but probably more prominent in West Virginia, we have facilities that are old and dated, and certainly the need to replace and the need to refine and improve those facilities is absolutely essential and necessary. No question about that. But when we think about healthcare and we think about one of the measures of quality that the communities think about, that we as folks within the industry don't really think about it that way. We need to shift our thinking. The paradigm is if you don't have access, you don't have quality. So access is essential. And so yes, bricks and mortar make a difference. But we're in a world today where access can be defined in so many different ways, right? So we believe, and what we are doing is creating access virtually, creating access with and through technology, meeting people where they're at. And not just people in rural communities. While that's essential, we meet our business and industry where they're at. And so when you think about the power of we and the collaboration that you and I have, you know, we also know that delivery is a bit different from setting to setting. So I'm proud to say that we're a part of something that is the rest of the country does not have, and that is a general surgery residency program in Logan, West Virginia at Logan Regional. It's the first of its kind. It's the only in the country. So we not only talk about it, we are doing it in that space. Essentially, we're doing quite the same thing in the world of psychiatry with rural health psychiatry. These are things that others have not thought of or have thought of but have not done. We're not only doing it today, but we're doing it and perfecting it in the future, because the reality is with access provides care immediately where folks are. So coming to the facilities is something that is important and necessary, but when you can take care to the folks that are out there that need it, and you can build to suit for business and industry, that's a paradigm shift. Historically, and if you can't tell, I've done this for quite some time in many locations, historically the thought has been you have to come to us to get what you need. And while that is never not going to be true for many things, that's not true for everything. And I'm just thrilled to be a part of the partnership and the relationship that we have that's starting to drive care outward, right? And Marshall Health and the School of Medicine, I would argue that from what I've seen through my travels, Vanderbilt and throughout Georgia and here, is on the cutting edge of that. And it's just exciting to be a part of it. When you also think about the fact of clinical excellence and what we do, we're teaching our med students today in real life and in real time how to deliver that care and to think about how to do it differently And we're getting ready to show a slide in just a moment that really supports why we need to do some things differently. And as we look through our world through that prism, we know, as Steve said yesterday in the chamber meeting, the reality is to do something about a problem, the first thing you have to do is acknowledge that you have one. And we still have a problem. We are chipping away at the problem in bits and pieces, but the reality is doing the same thing over and over isn't going to do that. So through our academic health system, through our ability to have care venues where our physicians and our clinicians, our nurses, they're learning not only the traditional evidence-based way to get things done and to provide quality care, they're also learning how to do that through different venues and different ways in collaboration and partnership with the university. It would be a mistake to not also acknowledge what's happening within the university. When we talk about innovation, we're talking about innovation in a collective way. And so we're innovating the healthcare delivery in a different way to impact results. And we're thrilled to do that through our 4 pillars of gerontology, obesity, substance use addiction, and chronic disease, right? And so we're looking at that because the reality is this state has those conditions that we have chosen, as WVU has chosen their set of conditions, and collectively, the power of we lift up and improve the quality of care in our state and improve the health status of our state.
Well, you said something very important, which is the pipeline of delivery of care, which starts by inspiring young people, by making sure that they select health professions and that they have an opportunity within the state to grow and become and do better. We use technology, and of course we've heard that the importance of technology and partnerships with industry, with businesses in order to deliver healthcare through that process. But you formulated a vision very quickly after you came, and I'm going to put the vision that you essentially formulated to address and tackle these major problems
That's
that
right.
afflict West Virginia. Unfortunately, we lead in cancer of the lung cancer. We have a life expectancy that is probably one of the lowest in the country. We have chronic diseases, and a very large proportion of our population suffers from these 3 diseases all at once, chronic diseases that are difficult to tackle. So clearly we need to do something that starts very early, starts at the school level, starts with young kids being inspired to dream bigger and do better. This is what the Marshall for Us, Marshall Forever motto, right, which is really one that we all really have embedded into our own way of thinking and doing. But at the same time, we need to tackle also the problems as they appear and deliver that health care. So could you tackle a little bit the vision that drives Marshall Health Network to go forward?
Certainly. Again, it's looking at access through a different lens and appreciating we have conditions and needs out there that are generations old. And so the reality is what we've been doing has only impacted that ever so slightly. And yet when we look at how we tailor what we deliver through access to care, through clinical and academic excellence, through the training and teachings of a more modernized and traditional way, and we look at being patient-centered and focused on what we're doing, we have to step back and say, what's going well and what do we need to do that is different than what we've been delivering because of those data that says we've got to do something here. And so the vision is to assess and analyze what's working well and do more of it, but not be afraid to self-assess and determine what's not going well and look at things and do things differently. And so we have that pipeline. We have that student population that's coming through in the School of Nursing. And so, many may not know, but Marshall Health Network through St. Mary's School of Nursing that just celebrated its 100th year anniversary last year, has a pipeline of nurses that are available that work for us, that work throughout the state. Well, we have an opportunity to teach and train them differently. Probably more importantly, or as important, what we are doing with our medical students through graduate medical education, residency, and fellowship, we can look at the delivery there and teach and train and deliver it a little bit differently in a way to meet the needs of our community because, once again, we have 1.8 million folks in the state of West Virginia. fun fact that's not necessarily something to be terribly proud of, but certainly something that needs to be addressed, more than 15% of our state has more than 3 chronic diseases. So when you think about that, we have 270,000 folks in our state that have three chronic diseases. That's not new. That's not something that has just occurred. That's something that has sat there and festered and has essentially helped define us in not necessarily a positive way. We can fix this. The obesity rate in our state is one that is the highest in the country. We can fix this. So the vision is to continue to provide and teach and train our future physicians, our future nurses, our future clinicians through the power of we, with collaboration with our partners, but also to do it in a way that encourages curiosity, encourages innovation, encourages a way to think about how can we do this better, how can we do this differently, how can we get outside of the box of traditional healthcare. You know, Brad and I were talking just the other day, and I was sitting in a meeting. You know, while it is important that we have healthcare facility visible and available in our communities, we also have other means and vehicles of care where we can get to the patient and to the families. So the reality is we have high schools that are dotted throughout the state. We have over 200 high schools where our students, where the next generation of West Virginians are coming from. Why are we not involved in that space more heavily than we are right now to help change our thought, to help improve health, to help have that be part of our psyche in what we do? As West Virginians, we're a proud bunch, but we're a stubborn bunch sometimes, right? We're gritty, we work hard, we help each other out, but oftentimes we don't look at ourselves and say, what can I do to improve me? So we really want to educate and improve the thought processes of all of our communities by sharing data and sharing information in places where we meet people where they're at, and yet be the capable partner on the healthcare side through our academic school of medicine, through all that we do, and train and teach our next generation of doctor to also think and be that way, while not running away from the evidence-based practices that we know work. So I think, you know, it's a different discussion. It's a conversation of all the things that we know are challenges and difficulties. Nick yesterday shared with the audience, you know, you're wildly successful in healthcare if you have a 3% operating margin. Think of that, a 3% operating margin. Many of you not in the healthcare industry sitting in this audience, a 3% operating margin scares the bejesus out of you. In our world, a 3% operating margin, we're having a party because Moody's and Standard & Poor's and Fitch just told us we're an A-rated entity and we should be proud of ourselves. So we appreciate those challenges, we honor those challenges, we accept those challenges, but we have to be innovative in what we do to move the needle, because what we have done, while it's impacting in a positive way, it is not enough. So the vision is be innovative, think a little bit differently, don't run from what has worked, but think about how people can access healthcare more easily. How can we provide training and teachings that help the providers do that as well? And I'm proud to say, I think, through my early 5 months within the state, you and I have conjured up a great relationship to help make that happen.
Well, thank you. You know, it always amazes me. When I was doing an MBA many years ago, I told all my business colleagues and classmates, you know, when I apply for a grant, my possibility of success for a research grant is about 10%, 1 in 10. They started laughing. They said, that's not a viable business. And when I told them that a healthcare system with a 3% or 4% operating revenue, net operating revenue, they looked at me and said, why the hell are you there? So I think that we are looking at the system in a very different way, one of service, of dedication to the community, one that even if it goes tough and it gets tough, we still are going to be needed, because everybody needs to develop wellness, everybody needs to know how to develop, but we need to improve, as you indicated, we need to improve our technological delivery.
That's right.
Use the technology that is being developed by many of you and beyond, through virtual reality, through technologies of communications that are seamless, to the ability to measure people in their homes to develop algorithms and computerized systems and informatics that allow us to then become very precise, even though we're talking very large clusters of data,
Right.
huge clusters of data, and use AI and use all these systems
That's right.
that enable us to then zero in on the you. The community is a big thing, but you, every one of you, is the most important.
That's
This
right.
personalized precision is what we think, what we really want to make happen. And so I know that you're really already trying to move the needle in that space. How do we, and we will continue obviously doing this, what are the problems or logistics that you see? Broadband one? Is it possible that other things are really problematic, and how do we together make it happen?
Well, it is. The reality is that the data and the data's there and the technology's there, but healthcare is woefully far behind business and industry. The reality is, just a show of hands, how many in the audience have had an opportunity or had difficulty in getting an appointment with your doctor in the last 2 years or so? Show of hands, right? Virtually the entire room just raised their hand, right? How many of you have had difficulty booking a flight to wherever you need to fly the next trip you go? Show of hands, not very many, right? The reality is, I can get on my phone and book a flight to Paris today. Maybe Paris, Tennessee, but I can book a flight to Paris today. But can I book an appointment with my primary care doctor? Well, that should be in the rear view mirror, right? That should not be an issue. We've had those technologies available in other industries forever and a day, and yet we're not there yet. We're only scratching the surface of that throughout the industry. We need to be in the place that you just described, where we use AI and use data sets to be able to see that data. We know that we have the ability to monitor sleep, monitor heart rate, and monitor blood pressure, and that doesn't mean a blood pressure cuff and a sleep study at a facility somewhere. We can do that within the home of where the folks live and see that data and impact the quality of life for individuals that are sleep deprived, that have heart condition, or have a combination of sleep deprivation and heart condition with high blood pressure. We have the ability to do that today. Are we doing that in a consistent way, in a collective way? No, we're not. Why? Because it's challenging to get that paid for, right? So the rate limiting factor is we're wildly successful with the 3% operating margin. We have this phenomenal data in front of us. We have this technology in front of us, but our ability to leverage it is limited by our dollars and cents that we have. And with all due respect, we have the one big beautiful bill that's now HR1 that's in front of us that causes us to look up and say, gosh, how do we adjust to what's coming? And so, you know, while we have this vision and we have this intent, we also have the realities of scarcity of resources and funds because of the dollar and cents issue. And that's really heartbreaking in many, many ways, especially in a state of 1.8 million people where we know we can impact quality of life through this delivery system that we're talking about of the future. Because if we're contingent upon our healthcare delivery being solely and exclusively in bricks and mortar, and solely and exclusively where folks have to come to us, I say to you that not much is going to be different in the future than it is today with regards to our condition.
So one problem that you raised, which is the concept of being able to do prevention. Through the 4 missions, the 4 areas of excellence that we have adopted, of course, all together, which are clearly important. Prevention and vision to the future are very important things. So how do you see the implementation of not only delivery of healthcare as it needed, but also to be already starting a process of preventive medicine, preventive interventions that ultimately avoid getting into the big trap
Right.
of very high costs
Right.
and very high problems?
Again, it's meeting people where they're at and not expecting them to have to seek health care, right? Because the reality is folks typically, and again, especially true for us as West Virginians, we'll let things fester and then we'll go seek care, and oftentimes that's far too late. So when we can educate and inform in advance of said condition, if we can share that your lineage, your family, your genetics suggests that you're coming from a family of heart disease, or you're coming from a family of cancer that's prevalent, we can then start to think about and talk about and educate prevention. It sounds obvious, but the reality is we are challenged in getting those early screenings and those early care, the early care. So when we all tend to think that, for example, getting a job and working is critical and important, well, what's equally important is getting to a doctor at an early stage and having an annual screening and physical. And everybody says, well, we've been saying that forever, and that's not really changed things. Well, that's because we've expected everyone to come to us all the time to have that happen. Well, through transportation problems and other issues, and again, to some degree, our stubbornness, we're right where we're perfectly built for exactly where we are right now. And we have the opportunity to change that. And I think, again, and it's not just a health system related issue. It's an opportunity for us to collaborate, to teach, to train, to share, to lift up awareness and improve that. If you told me that if I were to go to the doctor on a regular basis and receive the tests that I need at my age and what have you, that it would enhance my quality of life and help me live longer, to see my daughters grow up, I'm pretty sure I would do that. But if you don't have that conversation and create those venues and vehicles for care to be delivered in a wellness way, not in a reactionary way, we will not change.
Scott, you've told us a lot of wonderful vision, a very assertive willingness to serve our community. Mm-hmm. Parting thoughts before we wrap up. Are there things that you would like to see in the upcoming 2 or 3 years that you would like to see happen?
I would, David, there's so many things that I would like to see. Utopia would be everyone would be self-aware of their healthcare needs. We would have the ability to provide information, education, and care as needed. The reality is, as we said as health systems, we cannot always heal, but we can always care. Well, rest assured, we're always going to be a caregiver. We're always going to provide. What we would love to see is a healthier population of people that we're caring for to prevent the need for the acute illnesses and the like. So what I would love to see is collaboration and partnership among all of the health systems, but also within the school systems and other vehicles that are out there, other chassis of delivery that are out there, really come together. I would love to see technology be more infused into healthcare delivery and innovation and thinking out of the box happening. I would say to you, as we have talked about, West Virginia is a petri dish. It's an opportunity for study to occur, for opportunities for us to do beta tests and pilots, and opportunities for us to really look at a different way of care and delivery that can change the trajectory of where we're headed. I would like for us to get away from having to react to so many curveballs that get thrown to us for reimbursement and be able to be stable, predictable, and forecast a future of care that sits out there for our state and for our tri-state region and for the bordering communities that we care for, to have a quality of life that's greatly improved. And I think through academic healthcare and through collaboration and partnership, that can occur. I think we're ripe for it. I think we're on the precipice of it. Finally, I would say to you, I think the opportunity to collaborate with our cities and with our municipalities creates an opportunity for us to do some things a little bit differently that maybe is a bit more challenging in more populated areas.
Well, Scott, I'm going to say something that you know very well, but I'm damn happy that you came back to West Virginia and that we have forged this really unified vision with the university, Marshall Health Network, and the community and the city of Huntington with Mayor Farrell to put together a comprehensive vision for the immediate solving problems, but also for the future to make everybody have a better life. Thank you very much for being here today. Thank you for coming back. We love you as a West Virginian. I have become a West Virginian, you know that.
Yes, you are.
And so, long live the state, and thank you all for being here today and for listening to us.
Thank you, David. Go Herd.
All right, good morning. My name's Patrick O'Malley. I am regional president for West Banco. I have the great honor to introduce our next two speakers. I did briefly just want to say special thank you to Steve Roberts, Brian, Kathy, and the folks at the Chamber for putting on a fantastic event, and also for the Greenbrier staff for their great hospitality this year. It's always a pleasure to be here for a great event. West Banco is a sponsor this year. We're excited to continue to partner with the Chamber. Our institution's been around for over 150 years now. I'm proud to say that all of that's done here in West Virginia. We're headquartered in Wheeling. We've actually grown significantly this year. We crossed the $27 billion mark as far as assets, completed our largest transaction in April, and into May we did our conversion with Premier Bank in Ohio, and continue to look forward to grow and do great things for the state of West Virginia. All that growth has put us into the top 100 largest banks in the country, which was a great milestone for our organization this year. But all of that couldn't have been done without what we call our mission, vision, and pledge. And our vision is very simple as an institution. We want to make the communities that we serve a better place for our businesses and people to thrive. And what makes that possible are the great teammates that we have. We are very fortunate that over half of our workforce at West Banco either lives and or works here in West Virginia, and it's exciting to be a part of that organization, and I think we are excited for our future growth to continue to pay dividends, and it's partnerships like the Chambers and with your all's businesses that make that possible. So with that, the real reason that I'm up here, and it's certainly a personal pleasure of mine. I've been a longtime family friend, but I have the opportunity to introduce Senator Shelley Moore Capito. Senator Capito certainly needs no introduction for this room, but this is the first time we've had the opportunity to welcome her as the senior senator for West Virginia. First elected to the Senate in 2014, Senator Capito is a tireless advocate for West Virginia. She is the chair of the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee and also serves on the Appropriations Committee, the Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee, and the Rules and Administration Committee. In both of her statewide races, she accomplished the impressive feat of winning all 55 counties. And I think the one thing she's probably most proud of here recently is I believe she's added her 9th grandchild to the family. So certainly an awesome accomplishment, a beautiful family. So please give a warm welcome to Senator Capito.
Well, good morning. I heard everybody was out late. I figured you guys still be in bed this morning. And as I look out and see this, Steve, my gosh, what are we going to do when we get tables going all the way through to the door? What a wonderful congratulations to the Chamber and everybody who works at the Chamber, and all of you all are participating. So you know you've come full circle when your children's friends introduce you at the Business Summit. I've known Patrick O'Malley since he was in kindergarten. Yeah, and he is such a fine individual. West Banco's made a great choice. Patrick was a great student when he was a young boy, so disciplined. But we call him Patty-O at our house because that's what the buddies call him. And so Patty-O and Moore and the GW basketball team in 2001 went all the way to the state championship, the final game. And they lost in the last, I'm sure you replay it every day in your mind. I replay it as the mother. They lost at the very end of the game. And Patrick introduces me today as a business, as he is a business leader, me as a political leader. And the last shot in that game was shot by a young man from Capitol High School who died in a drug deal about 3 years later. And it tells you how life gets interwoven in different ways. I think about him all the time. His parents were there, you know, at the game like we were. So anyway, I'm very proud of Patrick. He's a great leader. And I asked more. I said, well, do you have a great story I could tell about Patrick before I get into it? And he goes, yeah, this is what the coach always told me. Throw the ball to Patrick. So anyway, Patrick's a great guy, great family, and very happy to be here. It's been a busy 7 months, as you can imagine, in Washington. Have spent a lot of time there, trying to work on undo some things and do some other things. And one of the things that we've been working on, and one of the reasons that you haven't seen me at your businesses or out as much as I normally have been, is every time a new president comes into office, they want to nominate their team. They want their team's members, just like Brad at Marshall has his team members and others. The president wants his team. And this is not just the cabinet. These are all the undersecretaries, the ambassadors. And if you recall, back in the days when you took civics, the Senate is the confirming body. The House doesn't have to do the confirmations. So I wanted to put up a little chart here just to show you what has happened under this president. If we can get the first chart up. Yeah, there it is. There's a thing called unanimous consent. That means you really don't vote on the person. Everybody says, fine, let them move through. Or you can move the process quicker. This is what's happened. Since H.W. had 98% of his nominees were done by unanimous consent. That means the other two were probably voted on, cabinet members and such. President Trump, President Trump on 2 has had 0. So we can only confirm a maximum of about 3 people a day. And you can imagine there are 1,100 people in the queue waiting to be confirmed. So we've had this dysfunction. It's been very frustrating, and some of our West Virginians are waiting in line for confirmation. Certainly, Mike Stewart is going to be one of those when he comes up onto the floor. So anyway, I wanted to let you all know the state of play in the Senate has been very difficult because of this. And you can leave the slide up. The other thing is a new senator for me to work with. It's hard for me to call him my junior senator, and I still call him Governor Justice, but we've gotten along really, really well. But I think one thing, and he may talk about this, that Jim didn't know was going to happen, that since we've been in, because of this situation, we've had to pull 3 all-nighters. We've had to stay up all night and vote all night. I'm not sure Jim Justice knew he was signing up for all-nighters, but I'll tell you what, baby dog is not staying up all night. So anyway, I wanted to talk about one big, beautiful bill that we passed in July. Now, I understand they're trying to rebrand it to a different name being Working Families Tax Relief or something like this, because it has had some ups and downs in terms of selling it. So I'm going to talk a lot about it. But I am not going to rebrand it, because I'm not going to be the lady from Cracker Barrel that's probably going to lose her job because she rebranded Cracker Barrel. So I'm not going to get into that. So I wanted to talk about what the real tax implications are. And you can read them up here. I wanted to put them up on the screen because they don't get talked about enough. 400,000 West Virginia seniors who are on Social Security are now going to get a $6,000 bonus deduction on their taxes. So it's tax-free. No taxes on tips. That's about 5% of our workforce here in West Virginia. No tax on overtime. We made permanent a lot of the tax deductions that you all use in your small businesses, whether it's interest or whether it's deductibility for your capital expenses. We did the same thing in 2017 that we redid in this bill because those tax advantages had collapsed. The biggest thing this bill does is prevents a $4 trillion raise in taxes on every single West Virginian. Every single West Virginian is going to have more money in their pocket because of the one big beautiful bill. There's also in here some very family-friendly pieces. Incentives for child care facilities. Toyota just announced that they're going to be opening a child care facility out in Buffalo. They're going to have, I believe they're projecting over 200 children in that child care facility. Because of what we have in this bill, The tax advantage is there. It's better for business. It's better for families. If we're going to have a workforce that's full, we need to make sure that families can find a place to have their children have great and excellent care. There is a raise in the child tax credit, family friendly, again. For those of you who are involved in nonprofits, remember in 2017 we moved the deduction for nonprofits down below the line. We've now moved it back up because a lot of our nonprofits were getting concerned or have been concerned that there hasn't been enough availability for giving to help our nonprofits. One of the things also in there that the predictions are that this will help not just grow the economy, but grow it fast and grow it vibrantly. And so I'm excited about what I think this bill will do for all of you and your small businesses. I'm excited for what it's going to do for individual families in West Virginia because of the tax relief that every family is going to feel. I'm excited for where I think the future is going to go because it bolsters energy production. Now, many of us in this room have worked on the hydrogen hub. We have a concept together a regional concept that natural gas will be the feedstock to create hydrogen to use as a cleaner, greener fuel in all different kinds of facets. But, we kind of stopped and started on it. The group that's put together has done a great job. I love the name, Arch2. That's one I can remember. And so there was original provision coming out of the House that said you have to be under construction by the end of the year or you lose your tax credit's going to expire. Well, I know we're not going to be under construction by the end of the year. So I was able to get an extension on that for about 2-year extension. We also have some tax advantages for metallurgical coal and made it as a critical mineral under 45X tax. So I think this bill has been and will be good for the state, good for individuals, and good for business. And I think I'm excited. I'm excited about the one big, beautiful bill. It also has some school choice opportunities there. I mean, I don't know if Casey Sachs is here from Bridge Valley. Is she here? She has something down there called the WIN Academy, where it's an innovative idea, where she's what do we have? A nursing shortage. It's huge. It's everywhere. I mean, every school is trying to fill their classes and are filling their classes, but we still have healthcare challenges all over. I mean, Buffy, you can tell me all about it. And so Casey put together this idea of starting the RN program in high school, so that you can combine your graduation from high school with your RN. And I think she told me they graduated in May. Somebody graduated from high school. Their first student graduated with their RN. So they're going to go right from high school into a job if they choose. And I thought it was interesting because she told me this person's going to probably end up going to medical school. And what a great thing so the innovation of school choice and the innovation of what we see in combination with our universities and our community colleges and our career tech is so critical. And one of the things we realized in this one big beautiful bill is that a lot of times people can't take time out. They don't have the money to pay for these short-term certificate programs or upping their levels of certifications. So we extended the Pell grant for folks like that, for more short-term, more skill enhancements, and more aims towards work rather than school. And I think it's something we've been trying to do for years, and I'm excited to see how that's going to work all across West Virginia. So there's a lot in the bill that hasn't been talked about publicly, but I wanted to make sure that all of you all were aware of the benefits that I think West Virginia families are going to have. Now, I chair the Environment and Public Works Committee. We have a big task. We're redoing the highway bill. I told Charlie, don't put on my tombstone. She loved infrastructure, but I do a lot of work on infrastructure. And so this is big. This is what you see: our bridges, our highways, our enhancements to our airports, any kind of intermodal travel. All of this are things that we're going to be working on in the next several months. But one of the things that's holding you all up, the state up, and others up for building is the permitting process, the regulatory morass of trying to build something in this country is just ridiculous. It's overburdened, it's timely, it's costly. Some people just give up. We saw what happened with the Mountain Valley Pipeline. How long did that take for that to come to fruition? It finally had to be an act of Congress before we were able to get that thing completed, even though it sat there for 95% complete. So I'm working on committee in conjunction with the highway bill to try to get permitting reform, to try to have reasonable deadlines, to have it be agnostic as to what your project is. If you're building a solar farm, or if you're building a natural gas pipeline, or you're doing a coal mine, if you can get the permit, you can go. Quite honestly, the Biden administration had their foot on the scale for all renewables, and that's where we ended up having even more time and more projects canceled and more, I think, less energy. We find ourselves now in a part of our time where we need more electricity. We're always talking about data centers and AI and how we're going to power this. And we're going to have a shortage of power if we cannot permit and we cannot move forward with the energy development. And we have the resources here in this country, but we got to get to permitting. So I think we have to have it bipartisan. That's great. Sheldon Whitehouse is my ranking member. He's probably the biggest environmental senator in the entire Senate, and he and I are rolling up our sleeves and trying to find a solution, because honestly, he can't get his solar panels built, and I can't get my coal mines open or my natural gas pipelines or my wind farms if we can't get this permitting done. So I know many of you are caught in this, and I would encourage you to come and help us find the best solutions. So I also recently just went out to something I think has a great promise for West Virginia. And we put this in the infrastructure package. Out in Wyoming, they're doing a project that's it's Breakthrough Energy. It's Bill Gates' project. They're taking an old coal mine that's powering a power unit. And honestly, this little town of Kemmerer, if you've ever been there, it's literally the size of Moundsville. It's very small. And the only thing there, the biggest employer there, is the coal mine. So if the coal mine shuts down, the town's dead. So what they're going to do is put a small modular nuclear near the platform there, and use the transmission, the workforce, and all of the know-how of energy production that they have in Wyoming to run this nuclear facility. I think it makes a lot of sense, and it sure would make a lot of sense here in West Virginia. And that's one of the reasons I went. I wanted to see it. So hopefully, because the legislature did change their the law here in West Virginia that would allow for the development of nuclear, and these small modular nuclear, that's not the nuclear power of old. It's smaller, more compact, it's green, it has less waste, all the good things that we can get. It's very, very safe. And so I'm pursuing that in conjunction with the leaders here in the state. One of the other things we did in the Environment and Public Works Committee is there was a thing out there called the California waiver for electric vehicles. And people say, why are you messing with something that California had? Well, this particular waiver, it was for electric vehicles, was not just California. It's California, the District of Columbia, 11 other states. So 30% of the automobile market, so to speak, was wrapped up in the California waivers. You're probably wondering what they are. The California waivers said that by 2035, no gas-powered cars will be sold in those 12 states. None. By 2026, that's next year, 35% of the cars have to be electric vehicle sales. So you're taking away choice of the consumer. You're messing with the automobile manufacturers, and I saw Megan Moses last night. I know there's others here that are involved in the car business. It was totally disruptive to the car business. And if you violated this and sold a gas-powered car, maybe after 2035, the penalty was $26,000 per car. So what are you going to do? It's just totally upended the market. So we struck it down through our committee, through the Senate, through the House. It was bipartisan, and the president signed it. So I think this was something that made good common sense. Eventually we'll get there in electric cars. I don't have anything against electric cars, but in some sense, I think the consumer should be able to make the choice. Some places they don't work. When it gets very cold, they have difficulty, they can't hold their charge. Eventually they're going to. But anyway, there's all kinds of ramifications to that California waiver. So we decided to make some maneuvers and take that down. So that's some of the things that we're doing in terms of the Environment and Public Works Committee. I want to talk just briefly about the BEAD program, which is the ever so long sought after deployment of broadband all across the state that I've been talking about through my Capito Connect plan. We had it in the bipartisan infrastructure package, which is now almost 5 years, and not $1 has come out yet. You want to talk about bureaucracy and regulation and morass? Kelly Workman has done a great job at the helm of the Broadband Council here in West Virginia. We were right at the edge of being able to get our money when the changeover in the administrations occurred, and they decided to put a hold, like they put a hold on a lot of things, but they decided to put a hold on this money. So now the new deadline is September. We're going to have a meeting. I'm bringing the confirmed nominee for the NTIA who runs this program. We're going to have a meeting later this afternoon to try to make sure that West Virginia's program and West Virginia's application is at the top of the pile and that we're doing it right. There's a question as to whether it'll be fiber or satellite, how those dollars are going to be divided. I don't know about you. Is anybody else getting prompts on their phone for satellite? You guys getting that? I get it. Yeah, it works too, because I tried it one time. And I was deep in the bowels. I was over in Pendleton County, I think, at the time when I got it. So, you know, I'm happy to say that eventually, hopefully, by the end of the year, I told Lutnick, Secretary Lutnick, he runs the program, I said, please give us our broadband money. It's $1.2 billion. Everybody in the state should be connected, not just connected, minimally connected in a vibrant and where you can conduct business, you can commute from home, you can do health care, you can do all the things that we need to do and have to do. And then when this AI revolution comes, which it will and is here now, it will be, the capacities that we're going to have are just enormous, and this money is going to be able to get that to us. So the bottom line is, what I wanted to say today is, we've set a table in Washington with the big, beautiful bill and the benefits, the tax benefits for small businesses. We've set a table that I think is going to be more business friendly. It's going to be less regulation. It's going to be more looking towards how do we innovate? How do we train a workforce towards innovation? How do we make sure that that we're meeting the challenges of not just today but tomorrow? That's so important. I was so interested to hear Ron Clark, right? Wow, that guy's got energy. We just bottle his energy and we'd be great. But I was interested to hear his just optimism about the students of tomorrow. And so I know there's a lot of state leaders here. I saw Roger here, over there. He's speaker. We need to capitalize on all that. We need to get our federal wheels rolling with our state wheels, rolling with our universities, rolling with our healthcare systems to make sure that we're all on this, not just on the same page, but we're rolling together to make West Virginia a better place, the business-friendly place that we know it to be, but also a place that we're welcoming people to come in and do business in West Virginia. So let's set that table as we together and move forward and maximize our opportunities. And thank you all very much for welcoming Charlie and I to the Business Summit. We are very excited about, thank you, Patrick, for mentioning our 9th grandchild. We're very excited. It was a tiebreaker because we had 4 girls and 4 boys, and little Holt is a boy, and he's a cutie. Arch, his brother, has already run away from home twice. So we do have some hills to climb here. And he looked at the baby and said, is he coming on vacation with us next year? So, but little Eliza, she's 10, and I mean, her heart is exploding with love already for little Holt. So all's good in the Capito family. Thank you for the honor of letting me be a representative for you for so many years. It's an honor. And if you get, I know people are, it's an edgy time right now. Let's just put it out there. It's edgy for me. There's a lot of dangerous things happening, horrible tragedy like we saw yesterday, unspeakable things happening. People are on edge. They're very opinionated and kind of in our own camps over here. But let's think about all the great things that we have going in our lives, that we have going in our state, and all the leaders that we have in here that can make everything better. So when I walk onto that floor of the United States Senate, I don't think about all the trouble that we're having or all the difficult decisions or how am I going to make this vote. I sit there and I say to myself, wow, I am one of 100 people that have been tasked to make decisions for the most powerful country in the world, for people that I love. And why could I not be optimistic about the future? I'm optimistic about the future. We've set a good table. Let's keep doing it. Thank you all very much.
All right. Thank you, Senator Capito. And yes, as a competitor, you don't forget the tough losses, so that is one that I will probably never forget, but there were a lot of good memories. I remember my parents have a caricature of what was called the Bleacher Buddies, and so that was the family members of our kind of senior year group. And what I remember fondly is Moore's dad would get the refs riled up to the tune to where my dad got kicked out of a couple games. So that's what I do remember from some of those years. But it was very fun times, and appreciate you sharing that. But thank you for your leadership. I know our state is better off with you in our nation's capital and leading the way. So appreciate your comments and what you're doing. Our next speaker also needs no introduction, and I know we're hoping that hopefully he's brought a certain friend with him that everybody is fond of, but Senator Jim Justice was elected to the U.S. Senate last November after completing 2 full terms as governor of West Virginia. Senator Justice has helmed 102 companies before becoming a U.S. Senator, and he is also owner of this magnificent and beautiful resort. With unquestionable love for the Mountain State, Senator Justice has worked to bring significant national attention, attracting major events such as the PGA Tour, the LIV Golf Tournament, NBA, NFL training camps. He has also provided steadfast leadership and shepherded West Virginia through the COVID-19 pandemic. So Senator Justice, it is so wonderful to welcome you back to the Business Summit. Please give Senator Justice a round of applause.
Y'all gotta give me a second here, so I don't fall back. Wow, what a group, my goodness. I'm gonna stay right here, okay? Okay, hope everybody's doing great. It is unbelievable the size of the group, and you should be really proud. You know, this is the first time that I've spoken, I guess, with the chamber that I wasn't your governor. But I can tell you just this. I've told you this over and over and over as your governor. And that was, you're the engines. You're the heart of everything we do. You're the job creators. You're everything in my book. And we've been through it 5,000 times. Basically, at the end of the day, a strong West Virginia only becomes a strong West Virginia if you have strong business. That's all there is to it. Now, we'll get into all that in just a few minutes. I want to tell you just this. You'll find today with me, I'm not going to sit here and talk to you about anything that I think is negative. You see, one of the greatest honors that I ever had in the state of West Virginia was when I was called a marketer-in-chief as your governor. Because that's what every single last one of you should be doing right now today. We have so much goodness in West Virginia, it's off the chart today. Now let me just take you back just a little while, okay? You know, not very long ago, you know, I was your governor, had 8 years that I was honored beyond belief by all of y'all and lots and lots and lots of others. But with all that being said, what was the biggest honor? The biggest honor to me was just watching and seeing Toby and Edith out there. You know, I always called Toby and Edith I always called our voters Toby and Edith because they are the ones that really matter. And they're the ones that depend on you. That's all there is to it. Now look, think about this just a second. If really and truly we perpetuate any level of negativity, you know, think about your sandbox. If we say, well, our sandbox doesn't have any buckets, you know, well, we probably didn't look in the garage because there's all kinds of new buckets. But if our sandbox doesn't have any water or our sand's got rocks in it, and that's what we perpetuate, well, for God's sakes of living, before you turn around 19 times, you're going to have a bad-looking sandbox. I would tell you over and over and over, you know, we all know when I became your governor on the first day, it was pretty doggone tough. And then we had a lot of good times. The first time I came to speak to you, your size was nothing like this. And I love your size being this because for God's sakes of living, y'all are all spending money here at the Greenbrier. And the other thing, I hope like crazy, and I don't want anybody to take this badly, I hope you all go to the casino and have the most wonderful time in the world and lose. Now, but absolutely, I want you today at least to be really upbeat about who you are. You know, there was an unbelievable lady that just spoke. Our senior senator. Absolutely, she's doing an amazing job. And I'll promise you, together, we're bounded to hip with one another. And I will absolutely promise you on top of that I'll do the blocking. And believe me, at this size, you can knock some people on your you-know-what. But with that, she's got the ball. And she'll run the ball for you because she does an amazing job. And it's been an honor beyond belief to be with Carol and Riley and all those that are right with us every day. Now, I'm kind of bouncing all over the place, but I want to go back just a second just to this. You know, if you'll just think, all of a sudden you're the governor. Then all of a sudden you spin around 14 times and you're a U.S. Senator. Then all of a sudden you're sitting, you know, you're recruited basically to run for the Senate by an incredible man, Leader Mitch McConnell. You know, I had the opportunity to be the keynote speaker at their Lincoln Day dinner in Kentucky, the biggest that they ever had. They had 800 people there, and it was basically a way we could really honor a man that served this great country for a long time, Mitch McConnell. Now, in doing so, I told, I think I had the right message, but I also told the people there that I would make them smile and laugh before this thing was over. One of the things I told and everything along the way was we talked about lots of different things. I would tell you just this. How is West Virginia positioned today? Think about this. You know, I saw our great senator, and Shelley and I refer to one another as Shelley and Jim, and I think that it should be that way forever. We've been friends a long, long, long time. My dad and her dad were really close and real buddies. And I remember them together just thousands of times. They had so much fun together, but they did a lot of good together, didn't they? You know, now, all that being said, just think. There I am, and I'm at the Kentucky Lincoln Day dinner, and I'm talking about a man that has served this country and done so much goodness it was off the chart. With all that being said, when I'm done, he makes his way over. There's a ramp over here, and he makes his way over and hugs me. You know, it's really meaningful to me. Being a senator in the U.S., in the United States of America, is an honor beyond belief. You got to know, because I love this state beyond good sense, that I'll do anything and everything I can for you, anytime, any hour. Now, with all that being said, though, just think about this. The things when Mitch McConnell came to my house in Lewisburg and tried to get me to run for the U.S. Senate, there are things that he just conveniently left out. One of those things that he conveniently left out is a thing called presiding time. Now, what that is you are presiding over the Senate, and you sit in the big chair in the back of the room, and you've seen it several times on C-SPAN or whatever it may be, and you sit there. Now, you probably don't know this, but you're not allowed to stand up. You can't get your butt off the bottom of the chair. Now, I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth as best I can. And if, God forbid, you have to go to the bathroom, you make a mess in the chair. Now, the other thing he conveniently forgot when he was asking me about running for the Senate is a thing called vote-a-rama. That really would have gotten me. But think about this. In the last vote-a-rama on the big, beautiful bill, which for God's sakes we passed, and thank God we did it in many ways, I stood up in the luncheon with all the Republican senators and everything and said just this: there's too much good about this bill to not absolutely all be together right now. All of us have got to be together. And absolutely, there is way too much good about this bill. All of us can find stuff about this bill we don't like. But really and truly, it's our time right now. There's so much good, and you are perpetuating the goodness, and you are the beneficiaries of the goodness in every way imaginable. You just think about this. And I wasn't going to tell this, but I got to tell this. You know, I sit in the presiding time, and at times, and y'all forgive me because I've always said this, I don't really care if you're a Democrat or Republican. I really don't care. You know, at the end of the day, I want to be respectful to all. And while my views are extremely conservative compared to a lot of the Democrats, West Virginia Democrats are mostly good, hometown, good people. The Democrats in D.C. are honestly Looney Tune time. And if you think differently, you're crazy as you can possibly be. Now, let me tell you a story that I was told, that I told down in Kentucky, that is an absolute perfect example of what I'm referring to. There was a place in West Virginia. President Obama's in office. Absolutely, the sheep ranchers and the sheep farmers, whichever you may call them, the coyotes were decimating their sheep. This is a true story. Now, this is hard to believe, but this is what I was told. All the sheep farmers and their neighbors and everybody else like that got together. They were on their four-wheelers, some of them on a motorcycle, some on trail bikes. Some of them just were on horses with rifles, And what they wanted to do was all ride up in the mountain. They said, we don't care if we just get one or two of them, at least it's one or two of them. Let's ride up in the mountain and some way, somehow, try to kill a couple of these coyotes. And they're all gathered around there. Now, this is a perfect example of what I'm talking about with the Democrats in Washington, D.C. Here it is. So all of a sudden, they're all there. And out of nowhere steps this government worker guy. He stands up and he says, wait a minute, everybody stop. Everybody stop, I got an idea. Let's string chicken wire over the bottom of this hollow right here, and then let's all go together up there and drive all the coyotes down here and castrate all the males. Now think about that idea. Doesn't that sound like a bunch of really super liberal Democrats in Washington, D.C.? It does through and through to me. But then here's what happened. A West Virginia guy in bib overalls stands up, an older guy, and he says, Sonny, you don't understand about these coyotes. They're not raping our sheep, they're eating them. Now, so I would tell you, use logic, use good sense. Let me tell you, when I walked in the door as your governor, like I said, things were pretty doggone tough. Things that you may have forgotten about is just this. It was even suggested, cut the funding out for the O School. Let the O School be sold to some folks in Ohio. Move the O School. How good would that have been? How good would it have been really and truly that from the standpoint of what in the world were we doing with our roads? I mean, you could not drive to the convenience store, and you know that, because you'd tear your car all to blooming pieces driving there. We'd sold all of our maintenance equipment. We had every reason in the world to be upside down and nowhere to turn. We decided we were going to absolutely defund the arts. Well, let me tell you this. You know, I think it'd be unfair to say I'm a real artsy guy, but with all that being said, I would say to you, when you defund the arts, you are ripping away your soul of who you are. I mean, it absolutely, if we aren't proud, and I've said it so many times, if you aren't proud of your own pond, you're not much of a frog. Then all of a sudden, things started falling in place. We had the greatest cabinet secretaries in the world, and I turned them loose, and I let them do their job, and they took off like crazy. And before you know it, we spun around 14 times, and we had it really, really cooking. There's things that absolutely you would have never believed. Tourism in West Virginia is exploding. All we had to do was tell our story. And that's all you've got to do now. For God's sakes, a living. You can't go around being negative about what you're doing in this state. Be proud. For God's sakes, a living, be proud of all the goodness that is happening all around us. You can't even get all the people in the room. You are absolutely doing so much good, it's off the chart. Let me tell you, the world awakened to West Virginia, didn't it? Didn't the world awaken? And with all that being said, how proud did it make you? How proud really were you? I've told this story many times, but down on the golf course when we brought the FedEx tournament here right in the beginning, the very first golf tournament, I'm on the television with Jim Nance talking about just how proud this tournament here right in the beginning, the very first I am about West Virginia. And then I went right out, but right before that, I was out on the golf course walking around and everything, and a guy came up to me, and to this day I'll never remember his name, and he grabbed my hands and he was just shaking. I'm sorry, it was after that I'd talked. And he was just shaking, and he said, Mr. Justice, I'm 87 years old, and I'm Bob, and I can remember Bob like it was yesterday, but I can't remember his last name. He said, "Thank you for making me feel proud about who I am as a West Virginian." Every single one of you has that responsibility. Absolutely, you should carry our flag like nobody's else. Now, let me switch channels just real quick with you. And let me just tell you this, that whether it be broadband or schools or parks, workforce, no matter what, all the different things, what matter, all those things, stand behind them, push them, absolutely try to help any way and every way you possibly can. Let me switch channels and jump all around here and everything and go back to D.C. The big, beautiful bill, and it's got so many different things in it that are fabulous beyond belief. All the taxes, all the fact that we just got people right here, that, are making tips. They want to get ahead in life. Why don't we give them the opportunity to get ahead? Buy a new home, buy a new car. All of it benefits us over time. Somebody that steps up. All the different things, all the problems that we were having all over the place. The wars are stopping, aren't they? There's so much goodness happening. Is the road going to be a little rough? Yeah, sure it's going to be a little rough. The road's always a little rough. But I told our president just this, and here's another place you come to play like you can't imagine. And I told our president just this. I said, "Mr. President, this is all about three things, and only three things." My dad used to say a long time ago, "Son, there's only three ways you build a road. That's drainage, drainage, drainage." And in this situation, Mr. President, there's only three ways out of this whole gigantic mess, and it's energy, energy, energy. No matter what you say, no matter what you do, at the end of the day, it will all be about energy. Now, I'm not going to go on and on, but I'm going to just tell you just this. If we don't get our act together and get our act together right this very minute, we're going to spend around 2 or 3 times, and a year from today, a year and a half from today, right at our doorstep right now, is an energy meltdown in this country. The grid won't handle it. Absolutely, with all that being said right behind it, the amount of energy that we have is insufficient, and we got to get moving. You, West Virginia, are the beneficiary like you can't imagine. You can't imagine the things that are right at your fingertips right now. All the different things, the magnitude of the goodness is unbelievable, West Virginia. It's right in front of you right now. Think about this. You're going to have to make 1 or 2 decisions in regard to energy. You're either going to have to decide to keep the homes warm in the winter and cool in the summer, or you're going to have to decide that you want jobs and opportunity and AI and data centers and on and on and on. You're going to have to decide one of the two right now if we don't get moving, because you can't do them both. And if we decide we got to take care of our homes, and we can't have AI and we can't have the data centers and everything, then we're going to have a national security issue like you can't imagine. China. Absolutely, we have got to solve the energy riddle, and we've got to solve it right now. I would leave you with just this. Have the vision. Have the vision. And have the guts to execute. For crying out loud, have the guts to execute. Have the guts to keep your foot on the gas. We don't need to make it way around like a merry-go-round. Keep your foot on the gas, West Virginia. Keep it going. There is so much goodness and opportunity right now in this state, it's off the chart. Listen, if you come to me and you start this negative Nelly or whatever crap with me, I won't go to first base with you. That's all there is to it. I don't want to hear it. I want to hear goodness. You know, when you absolutely play in life with somebody and growing up with somebody, you wanted somebody jacked up. You wanted somebody stuck on. Well, I've been stuck on my whole blooming life. And absolutely, I can't take somebody around me that's a stick in the mud. And I would tell you, if somebody around you is a stick in the mud, take a stick and beat them with it. I would say, lastly, stand shoulder to shoulder with one another. Stand shoulder with business, shoulder with government, shoulder with community. Stand there and be proud of standing there. Absolutely. I tried with all in me to build our state to win. And as your U.S. Senator, I will break my neck to try to bring all the goodness I can possibly bring to this unbelievable state, because I love it beyond good sense. That's all there is to it. Always remember you're the best. You're the absolute best. Listen to Toby and Edith. They're so grounded and they're so good, it's off the chart. Listen to them. Listen to them. And lastly, I would say, remember 4 things that came to me a long time ago in one of the primary debates in the very first time I ran for governor. Remember, you're within a rock's throw of 2/3 of the population of this country. You have 4 of the most beautiful seasons on the planet. You're a treasure beyond belief in every single way. Your people are off the chart, so good it is unbelievable. And you abound in natural resources that are completely off the chart. How in the world could you pitch 50th? How could you do that? You got a ball team that's unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Pitch 50th. Remember when I ran the first time, I put those big giant signs up that said, tired of being 50th? Well, we're not 50th anymore, are we? Absolutely go. Keep your foot right on the gas and remember one thing, and this is the very reason and the very thing you're here. This is not about raw milk. It's not about deer antlers. It's about keep the economics right. Get the economics right. You get the economics right, you can do anything and you can help all of our people in every way. And if you get them wrong, you got a real problem. Last thing I'd say to you is just this. One thing we did is we went out in the world and basically competed to bring businesses to West Virginia for the very first time. Keep your foot on the gas, West Virginia. Tell your story and go get more and more and more businesses, because Toby and Edith depend on one thing for you to do. Bring them jobs. God bless you. Thank you.
Well, we're awake now. We're inspired. We've had a pep talk. It's all good. I want to let you all know from noon to 1 today in Eisenhower A, that's downstairs, West Virginia Secretary of Commerce Matt Herridge will host a Meet the Administration gathering. That's from noon to 1 today. So when we dismiss downstairs in Eisenhower A, you're welcome to go to the Meet the Administration gathering. It's my pleasure to introduce our next conversation about accelerating investment in small businesses with a focus on sustainability and growth. Before we get started, I would like to ask Tony Lewis from Verizon to come to the podium.
Well, good morning. Lesson, don't follow amazing U.S. senators. Give them another round of applause, both of them. If you are not inspired, you were not listening. I have learned some lessons already, and the first one is I'm going to make sure I love beyond good sense. I love that line. It is one that I will take with me. First, it's an honor to be a sponsor with these amazing other companies. We really appreciate the opportunity to be here in West Virginia today. We know it's a privilege. We know it's a privilege to serve the citizens of this state, and so it's a thrill to be here. Let me also thank the state leadership and all the small business leaders that are here today. It is an amazing room when you see it from here. Thank you all for your participation. And a special thank you to this amazing venue. The staff here has been extraordinary. I hope you've enjoyed them. We have. So please give them a round of applause for all the great work that they've been doing. Let me also thank the Chamber, and I want to take you back for a minute to think about this amazing organization. And we can go back just a few years to COVID. Look at what they did to make sure that we could be at the place that we are today. A couple of things. They helped us stabilize the business community. They de-risked reopening of our small businesses, and they helped us build capacity. This chamber is an amazing organization doing amazing things to help each and every one of us, which helps this state. Give the chamber a round of applause for the great work they do. So, thank you. I want to just quickly talk about what we should all be talking about, which is small business. You know, small businesses account for 99% of all U.S. firms and have contributed over half of the U.S. GDP since the late 90s, right? We create two out of three new jobs and employ almost 50% of the workforce in the United States. These numbers underscore what you already know and what you've heard this morning. Small business is the backbone of our economy. When you invest in these small businesses, you're investing in our country. You're creating jobs, and we are strengthening our communities. Now, Verizon believes in the transformational power of small business, not just economics, but also pillars in the community. Think about this for a second. You know small business owners. You are small business owners. You volunteer locally. You support your own community groups. You support your schools and activities. This ripple is profound. New jobs, revitalized economies, dreams realized. That's the small business community and what they do. I want to quickly share with you why Verizon is so deeply committed to supporting small businesses and how we're investing in America through small businesses. Our support extends to all small businesses. For example, I want to talk about veteran-owned businesses. They account for 2 million firms in the U.S. 2 million firms run by our veterans. They're providing jobs for over 5.5 million people. For veterans transitioning to civilian life, these businesses are a gateway to opportunity and a pathway to the American dream. I salute our veterans for the great work they do in our small business community. Now, Verizon has a long history of investing in small business. We've developed a program called the Small Business Digital Ready Program. Now, you've heard talk about broadband today and what we need to do. Well, we need to do that because opportunities exist when you can connect to the world, and our small businesses need that. And so we're thrilled to have the opportunity to do that. This is a free platform so that you can take courses in AI, courses in digital marketing, all of those types of workshops that small business owners need, and you can do it on your own time, and obviously, again, it is free. We've been doing this for several years, and we're on track to reach 1 million businesses by 2030 that are taking advantage of this opportunity. So if you know someone who would love to have this, it's on our website. Take a look at it. It's free. It's a great resource. We're also excited that we're expanding this here in West Virginia. And we're going to be working with the West Virginia Small Business Development Center to share this resource, to share the availability of this, to make sure that our small businesses right here know about the program and use the program. And did I say it's free? Yes, I did. Here in West Virginia, Verizon's invested about $15 million on small business suppliers. We're committed to growing that investment to include the more than 1,300 registered small businesses here in the state. As a part of our new small business supplier accelerator, we will introduce a new series of regional seminars that will educate small businesses on becoming suppliers to large businesses like Verizon. So what does this mean? We know how difficult it can be to deal with large businesses like us. We're trying to improve, but we're really big and we're global. But we need you. We need these small businesses. So we're going to educate you. We're going to accelerate the opportunities you have to deal with a company the size and scope of Verizon and other companies that you see listed here, so that these small businesses have new opportunities for new growth and new development. And so that accelerator is coming to you quickly. So we're proud to partner with organizations like the Local Initiative Support Corporation, America's Small Business Development Centers, and local chambers like this chamber to nurture and empower small businesses. Look, we know together we can all accelerate. We can all grow both economically and our communities. So quickly, and at the end here, we know how important it is to support our small businesses. We are here with you. You heard the senators talk about broadband and broadband expansion. We've been working with this administration to do just that. We're looking forward to that in the fourth quarter and the coming years in 2026 and beyond. And we know that investing in you allows us to invest in this great country. So I want to thank you so very much for the opportunity to sponsor this amazing event. We look forward to partnering with each and every one of you, and look for those opportunities Verizon supplying to each and every small business here in West Virginia. Thank you so very much. Enjoy this conference.
When I started my business, I knew that I wanted to be the best sign company on the South Fork.
Being an entrepreneur is so isolating, so it's so helpful to know that there are other people who are struggling with the same issues.
When I first got the food truck ready to go, I felt like I was on top of the world.
The Verizon Small Business Digital Ready program helped me hone my advertising and marketing strategies.
In the SEO course, it taught me how to interview vendors that would help with my search engine optimization. Our phones are ringing more, I'm getting more emails through my website.
I've took so many courses, it has built my confidence 100%.
I was able to lower my marketing expenses by 34%, and that was after one session.
It's really changed the way that I've been able to grow my business and fast-tracked us to becoming the company that we are today.
To keep serving the same community that built my business for me is just amazing.
I'm just so grateful for the program, giving me the tools not only to succeed, but to thrive.
When I started my business, I knew that I wanted to be the best sign company on the South Fork.
Being an entrepreneur is so isolating.
Good morning, everyone. There we go. Good morning, everyone. I'm Sarah Sagerhood, and I'm so happy to be moderating this next panel. With the two panelists on stage with me, I want to introduce them. Right here to my left is Matt Harridge, the West Virginia Secretary of Commerce. He's also the former chairman of the West Virginia Republican Party, a lifelong West Virginia resident, and he expanded his family's restaurant portfolio to include 24 Burger Kings, 3 Qdoba locations, and founded a software company serving the restaurant industry. And here, next to him is Jim Gowan, the Senior Vice President for Global Sourcing and Supply Chain Chief Sustainability Officer for Verizon. He leads all inventory planning, logistics, operations, and sourcing globally. He has held several positions of increasing levels of responsibility at Verizon and was the lead architect of the company's supply chain strategy. So thank you both for being here with us this morning. we got to see the video, the sizzle reel from Verizon, and yesterday it was such a pleasure to moderate the breakout panel, seeing how these two programs are really helping West Virginians here and other small businesses across the country. So I want to start with both of you, and I want to give you both time to answer this question. You each play a role in shaping the economic landscape. Jim at a Fortune 20 company, and Secretary Harridge here in West Virginia. Jim, I want to start with you. When you think about forging alliances to fuel growth, what does that look like in practice?
Very good. And so thank you very much, both Secretary and Sarah, and the invitation. Absolutely, positively blown away getting here yesterday afternoon. I had the great pleasure of driving, which I don't normally do, driving down 81 and across 64, just gorgeous, gorgeous country, gorgeous weather. And I love the sizzle reel. I love Tony's comments. And the passion of those two senators was just fantastic. And I'll say one more thing. Last night I went for a walk. And walking down the streets, I went over to see some team members over at the Schoolhouse Hotel. And all of the posters honoring your former military, it just brought me to the conversation of what I was thinking about on my way down and what I was going to say today. The DNA of West Virginia is very similar to the DNA of Verizon. It's about how do we act locally where our customers are. We have over 146 million customers. Hey, think about that. We're the largest wireless supplier in the United States. We have a significant broadband presence. It's about, though, acting locally, where we work, where we live, and where we play, and then bringing those connections together. So you're going to hear in my comments in the next few minutes, it's all about bringing that local feel to a very large company. And once again, this is a fantastic location to do that at.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you so much. Secretary Harridge, I want to pose that same question to you. When you think about forging alliances to fuel growth, what does that look like in practice? And I know you had some thoughts after hearing from both of our senators this morning as well.
Yeah, I just want to echo, hearing the optimism in the room and with our speakers, our senators, and I know that's also shared by our governor. And I can tell you that West Virginia truly is in that place where we are about to move to that next level. You know, one of the things I've been sharing recently is a little story. I read a book recently, and the character in the book goes bankrupt. And someone asked the character, how did that happen? And he says, well, it happened gradually and then suddenly. And I thought about that, and I said, if you turn that on its head in a very positive way, that's really what's happening here in West Virginia. We have seen this growth, this infrastructure, this investment put us to this place right now where we are on the edge of suddenly. And these kind of partnerships, like with Verizon, are a part of how that happens. It's partnerships with our universities. I had the chance to go visit the Nucor site on Monday with a lot of our legislative leaders, and seeing the energy. I think someone mentioned this the other day. They like to see cranes. Seeing those cranes, seeing those thousands of workers, and knowing that the state and our leadership at the state has actively worked now for years and is continuing to work as administrations change to make that happen. That is what I see for the future, and I'm so glad West Virginia make things happen quickly.
If you've driven through Mason County, there's a lot of trains. That is quite an impressive site for Nucor. Thank you so much, Secretary Harridge. Jim, I want to ask you, I know Verizon has already supported 500,000 small businesses with a goal to support 1 million by 2030 through the Small Business Digital Ready platform. We got to hear from a West Virginia teacher who has gotten grants through that program, is using it yesterday at our breakout session, and it's helping them build skills to compete in the digital economy. So how does the new Small Business Supplier Accelerator program, just launched in May, build on that foundation? And what kind of bridge are you trying to create between capability and opportunity?
Yeah, and the Small Business Digital Ready program is fantastic. And they got a head start on me since I own the Accelerator program. But it's kind of like 3 legs to the stool. That program is fantastic. It's community-based. It's how we educate, how do we enable. And it's got a very philanthropic nature. It's how we're giving back and it's how we're supporting. And then you have another part of our business where we are actually creating opportunity for small business to do business with us. And we provide services to the small business communities. The third piece is what we're talking about, and that's a small business accelerator. So I spent 30 years of my career. By the way, today is my 30th anniversary with Verizon.
Congratulations.
And I'm spending it here in West Virginia. I'm super excited about that. But I spent 30 years of my career looking at supply chains, moving to just-in-time inventory, driving out suppliers, trying to maximize every single dollar cash through the business. COVID hit. The world changed. All of a sudden, I was the dumbest person in the world. I drove a great balance sheet, but I couldn't get things. What dawned on us back then is we need to continue to diversify, we need to act locally, and that's what this program is about. How do we bring small businesses directly to Verizon? And having been around as long as I have, the biggest challenges, things like payment terms. We love to push payment terms out. We're a big company and we like to do that and manage cash. Well, that's 90-day payment term. That doesn't work for a small business. We're coming up with 30-day or less. You look at indemnification. A lot of small businesses can't meet the large company indemnification requirements. We're lowering that. And then insurance. Those are just 3 examples. We're lowering the insurance requirements. Why? We've got to diversify. We've got to act locally. And we're out there. I'm here in West Virginia. I was in California last week. Our team was in the Bronx. We're in Philadelphia. We're out there trying to gain that opportunity, that momentum. And really, the passion I've heard this morning, it's out here in the audience.
And for those of you that didn't get to make it to the breakout session yesterday, we heard from a gentleman who has used that small business accelerator. He went from a handful of employees now to almost 200. And
Right.
So it's just a testament to that program. Secretary Harridge, you've spoken before about the importance of reducing barriers for small business growth. In your view, what are the most effective things a state government can do to make it easier for small businesses? We know there are so many out there to launch, scale, and succeed.
Yeah, and I will say one thing too. I just want to again thank Verizon for what they're doing here. I feel so much better when I pay that family plan bill every month. Right
Thank you
now.
for being a
So,
customer.
Yes, absolutely. You know, as I think about the myriad ways in which West Virginia helps small businesses, the first one I would want to really reinforce is our Small Business Development Center, which you can actually access online, and this has an untold number of ways to help small businesses who want to start, who want to continue with their growth. We served, I think, around 1,000 small businesses last year. We have access. We work in every single county, all 55 counties. We have 13 locations. But our Small Business Development Center truly is invested in helping those folks who want to start into that business world. And so I think that's the first one. The other one I'd say is our West Virginia Business Link. And that is also a site that has a number of pieces of information that might help you with tax incentives, with education, some of the stuff that we see coming our way with AI and what we're doing, of course, with BEAD and trying to get everyone connected in the great state of West Virginia. But I think it's part of that, but it's just the encouragement part, right? You know, I always tell a lot of folks who come to me with ideas and say, how do I start that small business? How do I get into this world? And I think it's kind of what we heard today. It's preaching optimism. It's encouraging. It's mentoring. All those things that we as previous business owners or current business owners can do as well. And I think the state can connect those people. You know, I always tell folks who are getting into the business world, if you have a will to do it, if you have imagination, and you have a sense of urgency, you can be successful in this business world, and we're trying to do that in West Virginia and reinforce all of those dimensions.
It's about grit and not giving up, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, Jim, you're committing $5 billion with a B over 5 years. That's not just a program, that's a serious commitment with real dollars dedicated to these small businesses. What convinced Verizon this was the right move to make?
Yeah, so as I shared, we're trying to diversify our supply chain. We're trying to diversify all of the people we deal with, whether it's a product or a service. And one of the big things we had to do was think about how do we act locally. So we operate right now both a fiber backbone as well as a wireless. The wireless is all over the country. Our fiber backbone is in certain states. How do we make sure we are employing our customers as well as giving back with the SBDR program? And so the way we think about it is, let's make sure we're acting locally. The team has been out everywhere. It's how do we enable our customers to be successful? The biggest success for me is to fail. That means I hit $5 billion and then those customers are no longer small business, or those suppliers are no longer small businesses. That would be success for me. I'll happily fail with that, but at the exact same time, being totally selfish, I want to make sure we hit the $5 billion, we invest in the states and counties around our great country, and then we find a way to give back through the SBDR program at the exact same time.
I know there are a lot of people out here that have small businesses. What should they do to try to connect with you and Verizon in this investment you want to make?
Yeah, so I'd encourage you to stop by the Verizon table in the back, and we have a QR code. The bottom line is make sure you're registered as a small business. I mean, one of the biggest challenges we had when we were trying to put this together is the small business database nationwide is not as great as we'd love it to be. We've got some great databases out there, but we need more people registering and making sure that they're active. And then reach out to Verizon. What we're committing to do is anyone that reaches out to us, we will get back to them. We'll look for opportunities. One of our small businesses was also here yesterday on the panel that you're referring to, and that's a small business that on the service side. We're looking for everything because we have, I love the senator's comments on infrastructure. Huge fan of infrastructure, but where she said continuing to build and continuing to go forward. We have outside plant folks, we have technicians, we have employees and contractors, we have consultants, and then we also have a lot of small businesses, photographers to food services. Every single small business matters in that $5 billion, or I will fail.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Secretary Harridge, you're in a position to see the full landscape of opportunity here in West Virginia. What advice would you give to small business owners here today about how to tap into programs like this one at Verizon, or how to better engage with the state to grow their small business?
I think the first step would be to make contact with us, right? You need to access, we want to be available to you. We want to help you in any way we can. And I'd say go to West Virginia Small Business Development Center. Let's start there, make a call. You know, one of the things though, I always like to reinforce to new business owners is that it is part of that courage we talked about before, that stepping out. But what we've got to remember, and this is what I love about business people, we are all about growth. We are all about energy. We are all are about optimism, like we've heard this morning. And it's, again, I'm going to go back to that, encouraging that identity, that mindset. You know, one of the things I found in my world was that when I would have restaurant issues with costs of labor, or I'd have challenges with food costs, things like that, I always found that there was one thing that covered a multitude of sins, so to speak, or solved all kinds of problems in my world. And I think it's relative to anyone in small business or large business, and that's increasing your sales. Increasing your sales gives you that room to make that difference. And so my goal as the Secretary of Commerce in West Virginia is we want to increase the sales of this state, not only for each business, but just as the state as a whole. We've talked about energy a little bit. I believe the governor's going to share some really great news about that. But there's just so many ways in which we can reinforce the direction of small business owners, and we're here to help. Just please reach out.
And Jim, on the Verizon side, it's important to partner with state leaders to get that message out to small businesses like Secretary Harridge.
100%. I mean, we couldn't do it without all the chambers and all the state leaders that we work with around the country, and specifically here, this event was a perfect example of that.
Okay, perfect. I want to ask you both a question about if you had a message for small business owners and community leaders here in this room today, what would that final message be? What would you leave them with? We'll start with you, Secretary.
I'd say the very first thing I'd tell them is don't quit, don't give up. Part of this journey is our ups and downs, challenges in front of you, successes, but don't be afraid. Move forward with your dream. And that is where what I've heard already this morning about West Virginia. I love the state. I'm from the state. I was born here. I have seen over the years in my different roles within the medical world, within the business world, I've seen a change in mindset sometimes that we've struggled with in West Virginia to a much more, I have an internal ability to make changes in my life and my future, and I think that's the identity of the state. And so I'm so excited about the future, and that's what I would encourage each one to think about.
Thank you. Jim, what about you? What message would you leave for small business owners and the leaders here today?
Sure. So I'm also asked many times, like, why did you stay at Verizon for 30 years? And at Verizon, we have a theme, we run to a crisis. Whether it was 9/11, I was in New York for 9/11, whether it was Superstorm Sandy or so many wildfires and hurricanes, it's in our DNA of who we are. It's why we get out of bed in the morning. It's great to be able to send text messages and grandma gets photos, and that's awesome, and that's why we run our network. But our network's up 99.999% of the time for first responders, and we run out in the middle of the night all the time. The way we feel about our network is the way you feel about your small business. You own it. It is what gets you out of bed in the middle of the night, God forbid, or gets you going. It drives those sales. My message here would be, there's a couple of things, and both senators said it, there's a lot of change going on. There's technology change. There's AI anxiety. There's all these different things going on. My comment is choose your partners wisely. Make sure you know who you're dealing with. We're very proud of all of our customers. Thank you to all of our customers, both wireless and fiber in the room. But then also, make sure that you understand what you're doing, your partner's willing to do with you. So embrace technology, figure out a way to do things differently, figure out a way to bring technology in, and don't get frustrated. I love some of the comments from Marshall. I love what a lot of the academic folks are saying about how we should be thinking about the future. Small businesses, the best thing that was said though is don't get frustrated, don't give up.
Keep that grit and determination. Is there anything, we still have a couple of minutes left, is there anything you'd say about the Digital Ready program, the Small Business Accelerator program, that you have any message about those programs you'd like to share?
Those programs are as good as people lean into them. And as you heard yesterday with the teacher and then the other small business owner that was here with us, those are people who embrace those programs. It's not easy. It's not easy to go out of your comfort zone, take time away from a small business, because your judge and jury and your financier and your bookie, when you're at a small business, you're everything. But embrace those programs and those opportunities. Partners like Verizon, partners in the state Commerce Department, they're here to help. And it's finding a way to embrace those and then make sure over the long term, you're actually helping the next guy along. Because that's how someone had asked me recently, what do we want to see ultimate success? My ultimate success as Small Business Accelerator is that those small businesses become large businesses, but then they help the next small business. That's what's going to grow everything, whether it's energy infrastructure, building bridges, building wireless infrastructure, fiber backbones. That's what's going to help the next generation in this great country.
Secretary Harridge, any final thoughts for small businesses in the room? We heard our Senator Justice today say, bring business here. That's what's going to help Edith and I think
Toby,
Edith and Toby, yes.
Yeah, I just want to make one quick plug for something you've already heard about today, and that is the BEAD project. This is something that has been an effort for years now. We are seeing that start to really happen. It's becoming very real. I want to thank the Broadband Department of Commerce, who have done an excellent job getting there. I want to thank the governor, who was proactive in knowing how to maneuver through this process as those changes occurred, because West Virginia is going to be at the very front of this implementation, and that is going to change West Virginia when everybody here is connected.
So, saw how important it was.
Verizon's looking forward to being at the front with
Absolutely.
you.
Well, thank you both so much. Appreciate having you on this panel today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again. I am so excited to welcome our next speaker and good friend of the chamber, Mr. David Ramsey. Dave is the president and CEO of Vandalia Health, a not-for-profit statewide healthcare system. Vandalia is the parent company of Charleston Area Medical Center's health system, David Health System, and Mon Health System. Vandalia has 17 hospitals and 1,530 licensed beds, more than 2,000 providers, and more than 190 outpatient locations in West Virginia, Maryland, Ohio, Pennsylvania, as well as Virginia. Dave, welcome back to the Business Summit.
Good morning, everybody. Well, great to be here again. We're going to talk a little bit about, well, we'll get all the slides up here. So move things along. I want to thank Steve and Caitlin and Kathy and Brian and the team from the chamber for all their help making this a reality today for all of us. Thank the staff here at the Greenbrier. They always do a great job, and it's always a pleasure to be here. And I need the clicker. All right, so let's talk about West Virginia and Vandalia Health for just a moment. This is our 3rd anniversary. I announced on this stage, I think it was over here, announced on this stage 3 years ago that we had the merger of the Mon Health System and the CMC Health System to create Vandalia Health. We went from those 8 hospitals to now 17 hospitals across the state. We cover not the entire state, but a big swath of our is the issue really in healthcare. How do we provide access? When you talk to patients, when you talk to your own family, when I talk to my family, you talk about access. How do I get in to see my doctor? How do I get into the hospital to be cared for? How do I get a procedure locally? Why do I have to travel so far to have a procedure done or to see a specialist? So we're going to talk about what we're doing in Vandalia Health to try to address those issues across our state. And we're doing a lot. One of those, you heard a little bit earlier about using technology to improve access. We do that through telemedicine. We started doing our telemedicine program pre-COVID. We'll do about 45,000 telemedicine visits this year. And it's more than just the visit with the doctor on your iPad at home. We also have 9 telemedicine hubs in the state. Those hubs are really clinics that the patient can go into locally in 9 locations, usually in rural communities, and see a specialist. Our doctor goes in from seeing me in the clinic, walks into a room in his clinic or her clinic to see you 2 hours away. So cardiologist, gastroenterologist, pulmonologist, et cetera, sees you 2 hours away. You get your lab work done locally, you get your x-rays done locally, get your CT scan done locally, follow up with that physician at a later date to see. We do regular telemedicine in your house, basically, hubs, and then we have our app, our 24/7 app, which is basically an urgent care. It's care 24/7. You can go on Apple, put it on your phone. It's a urgent care app. I used it 2 weeks ago. I had a little pink eye probably. Went on the app, 20 minutes later, I had a prescription called in, got the prescription, started putting the drops in, and in a week I was healed. So telemedicine is absolutely part of creating access. The other aspect of creating access for us is what we call medicine in motion. How do we go to people that aren't going to come to us? They're not going to come to us to access care. So how do we go to them to help them? Mostly with screening. How are you going to make people healthier to a large extent? You're going to do screening. So we have mobile mammography, mobile CT low-dose scanning. Lung cancer, if it's caught early, can be cured. If it's not, it's a bad picture. We have a mobile clinic, has 2 exam rooms in it. It goes all over the state. All these units go all over the state. And they're all set up with telemedicine. So they can see, they can talk to the physicians, they can take care of people locally. Or actually yesterday and today, we have our mobile mammography unit at the Robert C. Byrd Clinic over by the old school. And today we have like 30 people scheduled. So ladies, we do take walk-ins. If you hadn't had your screening mammography, please stop by the old school today and they'll take care of you. So just a little advertisement there. And it's amazing how few ladies get their screenings on a timely basis. So trying to create access. Can't create access without workforce. So what are we doing with Vandalia to be really the employer of choice? CAMC, for example, 7 years in a row, has been recognized by Forbes magazine as the best in-state employer. Mon Health System in West Virginia Living magazine, gold standard, best employer in the region. So continuing to focus on what do we do as an organization to bring great people in to take care of all of us that need care in West Virginia. We hire a lot of people. You can see almost approaching 5,000, 4,600 people last year. It'll be comparable this year. Again, that's across our entire system. Physicians, almost 226 physicians last year. Sorry, we did have 226 last year, and this year the number will be a comparable number. It'll be about 200 physicians across our system. Nothing happens in healthcare without an order. You have to have a physician's order. So how do we do that? And we're going to talk more about how we're focused on really creating access by creating jobs and bringing caregivers to West Virginia. Nurses, same thing. We hire a lot of nurses every year, and we're very focused on bringing those folks. We'll spend millions of dollars across our system as an organization helping individuals complete their education and come in to healthcare as their field. We work with high schools, middle schools. We're starting in elementary schools. We give grants, scholarships. Our foundation has contributed over $3 million a year towards really giving opportunity to people to gain an education, to work in healthcare and work in our health system with no expense to them. Our culture as an organization is really grow our own. How do we do? It's hard to recruit to West Virginia. It's hard to get talented, educated people to focus in healthcare, move to West Virginia. So we have to educate our own. You've heard from the other health systems, we're all focused on the same thing. We're all focused on access. You can't do access without healthcare, people to work in healthcare. And so we're all training people. Within the halls of Vandalia Health, every day will be thousands, literally thousands of people doing their clinical rotations as physicians, nurses, respiratory therapists. I always use phlebotomists, the people that draw your blood. They have to be trained too. We work and we focus on that in every community to create jobs, to create access for those folks as well. CMC is our academic hub within the Vandalia Health System. We have 20 residencies and fellowships. The thing that we're really most proud of is the fact that this past graduating class, 70% of the physicians that finished training in our programs stayed in West Virginia. Most stayed within the Vandalia system. Thank you. Most stayed in the Vandalia system. Some went elsewhere. We don't really care as long as they stay. Train a nurse. We don't care where they go. We want them to stay in West Virginia. I would venture a guess most of the healthcare workers in central and southern West Virginia trained in some way at CAMC, and couldn't be more proud of that. Access is also new facilities and construction. You heard that our facilities are old, and some of them are very old. Some of them are far too small for modern technology. So we are very active in our programs, $245 million in this next year of new construction to create access across our system. 500 construction jobs, and when we're done, it'll be about 250 to 300 new jobs across the state, not just in one location, but in all of our locations across the state. Our Preston Memorial Hospital in Kingwood has a nice clinic addition. They'll kick off here in the next month or two. It'll be done by the end of next summer, and they'll be able to see more patients, create more space for physicians to practice, more space for nurse practitioners to practice, recruit more physicians to that community, create more jobs, the economic engine of that community, and to a large extent. Our Mon Harrison Hospital is under construction, will be the state's newest hospital. The state's previous newest hospital was the Marion Hospital, which has been open a few years now. So we're going to create more access in the Harrison County area, a new emergency room, new hospital beds, new diagnostic capability. It's under steel now, and we'll start pouring the floors of that building here really any day if we haven't already, and it'll be complete by end of next summer. First phase, more phases to follow for that hospital. Our CMC Greenbrier Valley Medical Center, a few miles from here. They also have a new clinic. The groundbreaking, I think, is November 11th, and that building will be complete in early summer of 27. So again, you have to have space. Actually, here in this region, most of the physicians that work at the hospital are in clinics not on the hospital campus. They're in the community, and candidly, they're somewhat subpar for modern medicine. We're creating space for them to all come to the hospital, come to the medical center, and create access here for the community. Other great project we have coming on stream, breaking ground November, maybe October for this building, is in Beckley. We have physician practices affiliated with our Plateau Medical Center in Oak Hill, where Scott's from originally. They have offices in the Beckley area, and then we have in Greenbrier Valley Medical Center, we have offices also in the Beckley area. We're going to build a new home for them all. We're going to put them in Beckley. We're going to put them in low-end location, CT, MRI, diagnostic tests, lab work, et cetera. They'll join our footprint of a cardiology practice already there and our CMC Beckley Oncology Center also in that area. Create more access. Again, you can see we're from north to south, and now we're talking in the middle of the state. Teays Valley Hospital, what a great hospital. Teays Valley Hospital. We're expanding that hospital, adding 20 beds. It's under construction now. And then we're also adding new surgery suites, new endoscopy suites as well to that hospital. The CMC Cancer Center in Teays Valley. This cancer center exists, but soon after the first of the year, we'll be adding radiation therapy. That radiation therapy facility should be done close to the end of the year. Like everybody knows, if you have to have radiation therapy, it's multiple visits, one after another. This facility now, you won't have to travel to Huntington, you won't have to travel to Charleston, you can stay there in Teays Valley and receive those treatments. Creating access. Great project here, the CMC Neuroscience Institute. This building will be right across the street from the General Hospital, the entrance to the General Hospital. This building will house all of our neurosurgery, neurology, and our neurology residency program. It also houses our telestroke program. We do telestroke for more than our 17 hospitals. We do for other hospitals as well across the state. So that program, that hospital facility will actually start before the end of the year, and again will be done in sort of summer of 2027. So again, you have to have decent facilities to recruit and retain talented people that we want to bring to our state and keep in our state. Our last project I'm going to talk about right now is the rehab hospital. We're going to build a 50-bed rehabilitation hospital across the street from the General Hospital. We currently have rehab in the General Hospital. We're going to build a 50-bed hospital to house that program. This, I can't undersell to some extent how spectacular this program will be. It will be the finest rehab program in the state and really within the surrounding region. We're partnered with an organization that's another nonprofit rehab provider across the country, and they are spectacular, and this will be a spectacular facility as well. So creating more access, providing unique services really to take care of all of us. So it's a lot going on, but it's not all sunshine and puppy dog tails in our business. And I think we need to be real a little bit. I'm afraid we may be looking back and saying these past few years have been the golden age of healthcare in our country and certainly in West Virginia because of Medicaid. There are substantial changes. We've heard a lot about the big beautiful bill, a lot of wonderful things in the big beautiful bill. We're all excited about the big beautiful bill, except for those that are in healthcare that take care of a lot of Medicaid patients. We are not happy about the big beautiful bill. It could be devastating to access in our state and frankly our country. $1 trillion. There's some argument whether it's 800 million or it's $1 trillion. Our industry says it's $1 trillion. Over 10 years will be taken out of Medicaid reimbursement across the country. So let's look at West Virginia. 500,000 people in West Virginia are on Medicaid. 27.7% of the population of West Virginia is on Medicaid. They depend on Medicaid to pay for their health care. We depend, the providers depend on Medicaid paying for their health care. If it's not paid for, then we may not be able to have the access. We may not have the employees. We may not have the services. It could be very tragic. In West Virginia, we're between Medicare and Medicaid, it's over 50%. And Medicaid, for those that don't know, is a program for unfortunate people that don't make a lot of money. It's a program, insurance program for the poor, basically. Of course, Medicare is for those over 65. You combine the two in West Virginia, it's more than half of the population of our state is on Medicare and Medicaid. The other bad news for us as providers, Medicare, Medicaid, PEIA, all pay below cost. I'm going to talk more about that in a moment. Births. Births in West Virginia, 48% of the births in our state are paid for by Medicaid. 50, you may know somebody in your church, in your family, who's had their baby paid for by Medicaid. So almost 50% of the 4,000 births we do in Vandalia Health were paid for by Medicaid. 58% of all the children's hospital stays are paid for by Medicaid. 70% of all mental health hospital stays are paid by Medicaid. So we're all worried about mental health. We want to solve mental health problems, yet we're taking $1 trillion as a country out of Medicaid reimbursement. I don't think that's going to solve our mental health problem or even help it going forward. So what's happening just in West Virginia? Starting January of 2028, $1 billion, with a B, $1 billion of Medicaid reimbursement will start to decline over 5 years. 200 million one year, 200 million the next year, 200 million the third year, you get it. $1 billion will come out of Medicaid. Is that going to affect access? I can guarantee you it's going to affect access. Is it going to affect jobs? Who's the largest employer in West Virginia? Healthcare. The largest non-governmental employer in the state is healthcare. In the last 14 months, recent statistics from the chamber, mining has declined, manufacturers and jobs have declined, hospitality jobs have declined. The only one to go up is healthcare. It's going to have an impact. So people in this room just need to know. The other thing is business leaders, $1 trillion, $800 million, pick your number. What will happen to your commercial insurance? going forward. We call it the cost shift. Medicare pays below cost, Medicaid pays below cost, PIA pays below cost. Who pays for health care? People that have commercial insurance. So what's going to happen to your commercial insurance over the next 10 years with $1 trillion across this country coming out? You are. Your cost for your commercial insurance for your employees is going nowhere but up as a result. It won't happen day one. It'll happen over time. But it'll just have to happen. Otherwise, you're not going to even have any access. But it'll happen in our current system. Now, all of us in healthcare are praying that this gets turned around, that it doesn't get this dramatic or draconian going forward, that some common sense enters into the picture, that people need access to health care. So we all know this. Health care is vital for every community. All the services we provide are there to take care of people in our communities. Hospitals are the economic engines for their communities, along with schools generally, but certainly hospitals. They create jobs. We're training people to work in their communities, to be nurses, to be doctors, to be lab technicians, food services, housekeeping. They create jobs locally. They create economy. So we're hopeful, very hopeful, have everything crossed, that this will change going forward. It's not on the horizon today, but hopefully it will be in a short period of time. So y'all keep your fingers crossed too. It's the best thing that can happen for access to care in West Virginia and really our nation, candidly, our entire nation. So Vandalia Health, mission, vision, values. I started off, everybody feeling good. We're going to create access. We're hiring all these people. Things are good. It's going to be a great party. And I started with the reality of what we're facing as providers across the state. But everybody that works in healthcare want to take care of all of us and everybody across our state. That's what we come to work for every day. So enhancing the health of our communities through clinical excellence, one person at a time. The interaction, we want to talk about population health, we want to talk about all these things, but the interaction is with one person. It's one person at a time. What do we do to help them with their healthcare journey? What do we do to make them better, make their family better from a healthcare standpoint? And I'm just going to close with a video showing you some of the great people and energy that I get to come to work with every day. And it's such a joy for me to play this video. Thank you. Vandalia Health's mission is enhancing the care of our communities through clinical excellence, one person at a time. We want to be the compassionate, patient-centered provider of choice in all of West Virginia and every community we care for and serve. Being the employer of choice for Vandalia, we're people taking care of people. So we have to have the heart of our employees as well to take care of, if you will, the heart of the community. We have to be an education facility. We have to focus on training people to work in this field.
Excellence is the standard, right? We always strive for excellence.
Excellence is achieved by creating a culture, creating an environment, creating an organization where people feel heard, they feel respected, and that they're able to work to the top of their ability.
Compassion is important in an organization our size because we care for patients. We have to be able to be friendly to one another, forgiving to one another,
Compassion is just the quality of caring about people, trying to take extra time, to stop with them, to stop with a patient, sometimes to cry with them, to just care about people.
Integrity. It means doing the right thing, even when no one's watching.
Integrity means, to me, honesty. Being honest with your patient.
Integrity means doing the right thing, and doing the right thing by the people who we are being trusted to care for.
Accountability means to me that your coworkers and the managers can count on you to do your job the proper way.
And I think that it's important for the patient or their loved ones or whoever's there, your coworker even, to make sure that you're accountable for your own actions and what you do.
So respect means that you're taking others into account. So in healthcare, we're all working as a team. We have to have respect for one another, no matter what our role in a patient's care is.
They come in sometimes with heavy hearts. You have to respect and be compassionate and caring towards each individual.
Respecting people's boundaries is a main component in the care that we provide, not just their cultural beliefs or their religious beliefs, but what they believe that they need medically, and to make sure that we fit those needs for each individual person.
Well, in any industry, I feel like it's important for innovation. If you fall behind, it's hard to give the consumer the best that you can really give them. For this field, in the sciences specifically, that's how you find new cures to diseases, new ways to treat certain things.
We want to try to follow the most evidence-based practice here at our institution to ensure that our patients are getting the best care that we can provide them. And if we're not innovating, then we're not providing the best care.
To me, it means that we're all one organization, that everybody throughout the 13,000 employees work for Vandalia Health and work in Vandalia Health, and that they know Vandalia Health is an organization that cares.
Well, thank you, Mr. Ramsey, for that wonderful presentation and for all that you do for our state. I'm Travis Mollahan, Associate Vice President of Government Relations at WVU, and I am honored to introduce our next speakers. One, a familiar face to Mountaineer fans around the world, and the other, one of our newest citizens in the Mountain State. Tony Caridi is an award-winning broadcaster and one of the most recognizable names in West Virginia. His voice has provided the soundtrack to some of the greatest moments in Mountaineer sports history, and he is no stranger to this event, having attended and presented for several years. For more than 40 years, he has been an integral part of the fabric that makes up our state and its university, and he is never far from a camera, microphone, or podcast to help bring on the Mountaineers. Michael T. Benson became the 27th president of West Virginia University on July 15th. He brings 3 decades of academic and administrative experience in higher education to his role leading West Virginia's flagship land-grant R1 institution into a new era. Just 7 weeks on the job, he has traversed Morgantown's hills, visited almost 20 counties across the state, met with local leaders in the business community, cheered on our teams, and welcomed new and returning students to campus. President Benson holds degrees from BYU, Oxford, Notre Dame, and Johns Hopkins, and will serve as a professor of history in the Eberly College of Arts. At his previous institutions, University of Utah, University of Notre Dame, and Johns Hopkins, he also taught classes when he led there and taught there. He's also kept current in his academic discipline, and his most recent book, Daniel Coit Gilman and the Birth of the American Research University, was named by Forbes magazine as one of the top higher education titles of 2023. President Benson has resoundingly embraced our rallying cry as Mountaineers of Let's Go, and we are excited to give you a preview of our brand campaign and our new national spot as we welcome to the stage President Michael T. Benson and Tony Caridi.
Hi, we're WVU. You probably know us for screaming,
Yeah, we're pretty good at it. But here, it's more than a chant. It's our celebration of innovation.
Let's go.
Our rallying cry for community.
Let's go!
And honestly, it's just our way of life. So whether you're chasing big dreams or just chasing sunsets,
let's go!
So what do you say? Let's go. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure and an honor to be with you. Would you please welcome, as you just heard, the 27th president in the history of West Virginia University, President Michael Benson. Welcome to the Greenbrier.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
We're going to spend a little chunk of time here, about 30 minutes, so to get acquainted with the president. And as you guys have probably been following, if you've been into social media, we'll talk about that in a little bit. It's only been 7 weeks, but it's been a busy time, and I think this is a great opportunity to get to know you a little bit. So let's go back. Travis hit us with a bunch of degrees and a bunch of places where you have been. Higher education. We'll get into it in a second. Let's go way back. Growing up, you've got an interesting background. You're a former collegiate athlete. You have made the climb throughout academia. How did you get into this world? Where did the seed get planted that this was going to be your pursuit?
Well, first off, I think my friend Brad Smith had something to do with the color of these chairs. I see my friend Brad. I also, thank you. I also want to shout out to Gordon Gee. Gordon's here, my friend and mentor. And big hand for President Gee. When I finished my doctorate at Oxford, I thought the world was at my feet. And I could not find a teaching job to save my life. And my parents instilled in all 6 of us kids an appreciation of all work. And work has value and it has meaning, and we should be respectful of people that every day get up and do hard work. So I had a cousin, I mowed lawns, I was a custodian in high school, but I had a cousin that was flipping homes in Salt Lake City, and he invited me to come and roof houses. So here I am, a newly minted DPhil from Oxford up there at 5 o'clock in the morning working on this house. And one of my coworkers, I chatted him up, and it turns out his father worked at the University of Utah, Gordon's alma mater, and I said, what does he do? He said he raises funds for the health sciences department, the med school. So it turns out I met with him. His boss was my Weeblo instructor when I was 10 years old. And life has a way of taking you maybe in circuitous routes, and I started as a fundraiser at the University of Utah as a major gifts officer. And it was then that I fell in love with being on a campus. You're surrounded by subject matter experts, the faculty, staff that are committed, and the most important thing, students that are in this inflection point in their lives, and you try and exert some positive influence on them. So that led to, I worked for a guy named Bernie Matchin, who had come from Michigan. He was the provost. Had a wonderful tenure at Utah. I've said this before, but he had a goal during his tenure of joining the Pac-10 at the time, which they did, having a faculty member win a Nobel Prize, which they did, Mario Capecchi in genetics, and joining the Association of American Universities. And it was then that I learned, all those things happened beyond Bernie's tenure, but I learned that stretch goals are what push you as an institution. And that led to my first presidency when I was 36. Gordon was at Vanderbilt at the time. I had never met him, but I called him, and I said, President Gee, do you have any advice for me? Because he became president of West Virginia at age 36. He said, Michael, it's very simple. You should never make a 36-year-old president of anything. So, Gordon, that was fantastic advice. I followed it, and it's just led to one opportunity after another. And I will say this, Tony, to kind of put a cap on it. Everywhere we've gone, we've fallen in love with the people, the state, the university. I've said before to alumni, I will probably never be an alumnus of your school, but that does not mean I can't love it just as much as you do. And in short order, 7 weeks now, I've fallen in love with West Virginia and West Virginia University.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing how our stories go. That's the first that's the first ever mention of Oxford and laying down roofing shingles that I've ever heard in one sentence. So along that line, when this opportunity presented itself, why did it intrigue you?
I had come to WVU for the first time, I think in 2012, when our gymnastics team at the time at Southern Utah University, which was a top 25 program, made it to an NCAA regional and was hosted at the Coliseum. And I remember as a kid growing up in Utah and Texas, but I was a huge Utah Jazz fan. You all know Hot Rod Hundley, the voice of the Utah Jazz. And I remember seeing Jerry West statue. The Hot Rod statue came later. But I was so impressed with the structure itself. I rode the PRT. Really fell in love with kind of the feeling. We had a chance, of course, to live in Kentucky, kind of on the foothills of the Appalachian region, just 10 miles down the road from Berea College, if you know about Berea College. And when this opportunity presented itself, I was very kind of conversant with the university. It's really unique. R1 land grant flagship in a relatively small state with a small population by and large. And the ability for our institution, for Brad's institution, to profoundly impact on a daily basis the lives of people here is really, it's humbling, but it's also extremely exhilarating when you know you can get up in the morning and with this really talented colleagues that I'm surrounded by at the university, make a difference. And that's what it's all about.
Well, I guess I want to follow up on that because that is, oftentimes I ask folks a question. So what's a good day for you in your world, in your work world? What is it for you that lights your wick and at the end of a day you say, that was worth it? What makes you go?
I think being tired, but tired in doing, as I say, the work of the people. And it's always a good day when students stop by. And Stewart Hall is a beautiful hall. By the way, we have 11 buildings on campus that are on the National Historic Register. And Stewart Hall is one of them. And every day I go into that building and I'm awed by its history and its significance. But I love it when students come in. And the freshmen that just started school a few, 10 days ago, they did a little scavenger hunt. And they had this kind of a trifold. And they had to go around campus and get stickers. And one of them was to meet President Benson. So everywhere I went, I carried my stickers with me. But I loved it when they came into my office and we took pictures. And so I love meeting with them. I love the chance to meet with our faculty. A really good day is when I have a chance to get back in the classroom. And I will teach not this next semester. I need to kind of get through the first few months. But I love being there because it's in the classroom where you are kind of reconnected with what we're all about. And that is the development, the transmission, the proliferation, the application of knowledge for the betterment of society.
As a state land-grant institution, you said this is a very unique land-grant institution situation because we're in a state with just a little bit under 2 million people, and yet you have an immediate impact on the 55 counties in the state. Looking ahead, strategic plan, what will your mission, what will your strategic plan look like going forward?
Well, we're in the kind of final throes now of socializing that. We've had a chance to go over some ideas with our board, and we took a look at several different corporate mission statements, a whole bunch of university mission statements, and I have to say one of the best I found was a company that has a $50 billion market share in apparel and shoes, and I'm talking about Nike. And Nike's mission statement is about as succinct and to the point as I've read. Nike's mission statement: to bring inspiration and innovation to every athlete in the world. And if you have a body, you are an athlete. So we've taken from that a short, pithy, poignant, I hope, mission statement, developed it. Bold futures start here, where pride runs deep, success is earned, and life-changing experiences prepare mountaineers to lead in West Virginia and the world. Your future starts here. Let's go.
Yeah.
And it's simple, it's to the point, but it's all about the unequal power of education and applying that in every single life, because that's the one thing that can change people more than anything else. You'll hear more about it, and we've also got some action verbs tied to let's go that you'll hear more about as well.
When you look ahead at education, and obviously it has been through a great deal of turbulence post-COVID, put us into perspective where you think it is now, and how do you continue to grow? I know that the freshman class here is a very high number. How do you continue to grow that? What's the master plan?
The master plan is to make sure every single student that's willing, prepared, capable, and wants to come to West Virginia University will have a place there. That is a categorical promise. I've looked at the kind of demographic. You hear about this enrollment cliff. This is the 1 year where I think we've had a little bit of an uptick. But this year, the state of West Virginia graduated just over 17,000 students. To our north, the state of Pennsylvania graduated 118,400 students. Ohio is equivalent. So just like in baseball, you hit it where they ain't. You got to go where the students are. We're gonna cultivate the relationships with counselors here in the state, recruit as much as we can here. But I would argue that some of those states that surround us, where we can have targeted metro rates, where those high school students are, those are the states we've got to focus on.
You have made a hire in regard to, quote unquote, an enrollment czar. Now, that's not his official title, but he comes from the University of Tennessee, where he had great success. What was your thinking in making that hire, and what is the expectation for him?
I've heard from our board that it's all about enrollment. And so when you look at this freshman class, which is our biggest since 2022, we knew that we had to have a singular laser-like focus on that. His name is Fabrizio Dialozio, so that's a good Italian name. He goes by Faz. He starts on the 22nd of September. He and I had a long conversation about what we call expanding the funnel, which they did at Tennessee Knoxville, which year after year, and it's just like other SEC schools, they're experiencing growth. But they've went from 28,000 applications his first year, 6 years ago, to over 68,000 this year. So the broader you make that funnel, the more interest you're going to get, the better students you're going to get in terms of preparedness, which leads to what? Retention and graduation, which is, that's what it's all about.
The R word, retention. We chatted a week or so ago about retention. You feel that when those freshmen are on campus right now, these are absolutely vital days and weeks and months. Walk us through what you think is necessary to maintain that freshman class so that one day they do walk across and go through commencement and graduate. What's the key?
There are kind of transportable principles, activities that you can use anywhere. You have to make sure that freshman comes in and feels a part of a community. That's why we have a residential requirement, like a lot of places do. At Coastal Carolina, we had freshman and sophomore requirements. But if they can create that ecosystem around them, that I argue that you learn as much outside the classroom as you do in it. And think about the skills you all learned as freshmen in college. Time management, money management, getting along with your roommate, getting up for class, all the things that are not kind of covered in inorganic chemistry are still very, very important. So we really emphasize those living learning communities on campus. If they retain through that freshman year, studies show longitudinally, they're going to retain to the sophomore, junior, and will remain singly focused on that graduation rate. So it's all about activities. I had a chance to speak to a whole bunch of freshmen. And I tell them, look, college is what you make it. Yes, take yourself and have a good time. Don't take yourself too seriously, but take your work seriously. And make sure you join a club or a service group or a faith-based group, or go to a lecture and a concert or something that's outside your kind of comfort zone. Make a friend with someone who's the polar opposite of you. Those are the things that keep you tied to your campus. And I'll end with this. I mean, look at the word, the Latin word, alma mater. In Latin, it means nurturing mother. We all have biological mothers that gave birth to us. But think about what college meant to you. It gave birth to your emotional, physical, intellectual, social self. And that's why people always talk about, man, I would love to go back to college. They never say, I want to go back to my first job. They want to go back to college. And that's what it means. And that's why people love Marshall. That's why they love West Virginia State. That's why they love WVU. I had a chance to meet with Senator Capito this morning. She said, I didn't go to WVU, my parents did. My dad went there on the GI Bill. And she got very emotional. She said, I had no idea until I grew up and got older of how much that meant to them and how much they loved that place. And that goes for everybody, their school, their alma mater.
No question. It's absolutely life-changing. You mentioned extracurricular activities. You were and are an athlete. You are a marathoner. You played collegiate basketball. I want to ask you something just from the marathon standpoint. I know your knees aren't what they were, so you're more of a rower than a runner now, but someone that runs in a marathon, what are life's lessons that you've taken away from athletics? How do you apply those in your everyday?
Two answers. First, team sports, it's about the team. The old, kind of age-old, maybe tried and true phrase. There's no I in team, but there's I in win. And the fact is that you get along with your teammate and you rely on each other. I learned in long distance running that it's very lonely. And at moments of doing a 15, 20-mile run, you're alone with your thoughts. By nature, I'm very competitive, so when I used to race, I would try and size up at the starting line kids that were kind of my age group. So I would race every weekend, and I would stay on one that looked particularly good. I'd stay right on his left shoulder the entire race. And then I would try to kind of kick at the end. And I take that same approach to what we're going to do at WVU. Our competition is around us in terms of other R1 schools. Just up the road at Pitt, Penn State, Ohio State, Virginia Tech, UVA. And we're going to, one of our kind of pillars of our strategic plan is we're going to outwork and we're going to outperform. There are a lot of people, a lot of runners when I was running that were more talented and in better shape than I was, but I could outwork them. And if you put in the work, and what a coach once said, everybody has the will to win, few have the will to prepare to win. So we're going to prepare to win at West Virginia University, and we're going to outwork people and outperform.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about that work ethic. As I said, you've been busy already just 7 weeks in. You've paid some visits to some of the counties. We've got 55, obviously, in the state of West Virginia. I think we got a little piece of video. When you hit the road, not quite yet, but on your way to Weirton to Welch, Martinsburg to Matewan, and all points in between. Let's take a little peek at President Benson's travels.
Good morning. Today marks the start of our statewide tour. Over the next few weeks, we're going to hit as many counties as we possibly can. I cannot wait to meet the great citizens of the Mountain State. Let's go. What a week it's been. 18 counties in 5 days. We've had an unbelievable time meeting the people of West Virginia, seeing facilities, historical sites. But we haven't been to your county yet. We will. By the end of June of next year, we'll hit all 55. Let's go Mountaineers.
So what have you taken away when you get down into the grassroots and you literally meet West Virginians in their place? What have you learned?
I would say I can distill it down to 3 things. West Virginians do things. And this was brought in really clear focus when I went to Independence Hall in Wheeling. And as a historian, I made sure that we had a lot of historical stops on our tour. And that was one of our first. And just like Hamilton says, if you're in the room where it happened, to go upstairs and to kind of cast yourself back several decades, a century or two, and think about what happened there in 1862, where it took quite a bit of temerity and courage to say, we're going to break away and create our own state. And of course, Abraham Lincoln supported it. He saw it as the chance to have 2 more northern senators. And West Virginia was a critical geographic kind of cog in the war. But I kind of thought about that in so many ways says a lot about West Virginians. They have this moxie to them, this blue-collar spirit, this can-do attitude. So I'm really impressed with what West Virginians do. West Virginians invent, and I see my colleagues from WVU Medicine. If you don't know what is happening in some of the things that we have, whether it's the Children's Hospital, Dr. Razai at the RNI, these are things that are changing the world. And these inventions, these medical devices and technologies and practices will transform our society. And the last thing, West Virginians make things. And I am so honored. When Gordon left, he didn't have a desk because, I didn't have a desk because Gordon took the desk because I asked him to. We call it the Resolute desk, but it was the desk he had during his first tenure when he was 36 years old. So I said, Gordon, go ahead and take the desk. And so I said to my colleagues, where can I get a beautiful desk that's made in West Virginia? They said Gat Creek and Berkeley Springs. And I had a chance to meet Gat Caperton and thank him for this beautifully cherry wood crafted Mission style desk that's the nicest piece of furniture I've ever had in my office. And that every day when I walk in says a lot about the craftsmanship that you have in a state like this, in addition to all the other things I mentioned.
Yeah. Let's talk a little athletics. Someone told me there's a football game on Saturday as we kick off a new era of Mountaineer football. Rich Rodriguez returns. You have been heavily involved in collegiate athletics. As I said, you played. And of all the things that are changing, college sports college sports is going through its most paradigm-shifting change in the history of college sports. This is a key moment for West Virginia University to be ready for the next earthquake that comes. Can you walk us through your philosophy of how that marriage exists between administration and athletics?
First off, it starts by hiring the right people. And my predecessor hired the fantastic AD. Ren Baker is the best of the best, and I'm so proud of the job he's doing. So I'm going to kind of get out of his way, but know he has support from me and from the administration. We're going to support our student athletes, and I purposely say that even in this age of and day of talking about a payroll for a football team, which, Tony, we never talked about 3 or 5 years ago. It's still about making sure those student athletes that are not going to play on Sunday professionally get what they came to school for. The means to that end is an education, and we are going to continue to emphasize that. The third thing is we're in a very competitive conference, and our board has said we want to be in the upper quartile. We want to be competitive with the Baylors, the Texas Techs, Kansas. We've got very, very competitive. And I can't wait to be a fan and to ensure that our fans come and they enjoy the product on the field, but they have a great fan experience, and I can't wait until Saturday.
What have you learned from your last stop? Coastal Carolina makes it to the College World Series. What does athletic success lead to in regard to universities?
I saw it first at the University of Utah when I was working for the president. Rick Majerus was our basketball coach. Y'all remember that they got to the Final Four. They had the distinction of
beat West Virginia on their way to the
Final
Final
want to say
Four.
that.
Yeah, exactly.
They have the distinction of blowing the largest halftime lead to Kentucky in the finals. But our applications at Utah went up 30%. And that kind of put on this inexorable path toward what I talked about earlier. We saw it at Coastal Carolina. I mean, you win the College World Series in 2016. You get in the top 10 in football in 2020. And then the chance to go to Omaha this last summer, which, yes, there are challenges with athletics, but I know someday we'll have the chance to go to Omaha. Coach Saban's, I've told him he's going to be the guy that takes us there. But talk about 2 weeks of the purity of the sport. Kids out there playing baseball in the summer for all the right reasons. And I'm sorry to say I'm 0-4 with my last school and my current school against LSU, but that's going to change. That pitcher that shut us down that West Virginia hit pretty well went third in the draft. But a school like Coastal Carolina with a recruiting budget about an eighth the size of these other schools can still compete. And that's the beauty of collegiate athletics.
So as we wrap here, going forward, what do you want this university to look like as time goes on? And I know things happen quickly. What's your vision of what this will become?
First and foremost, it's not just my vision. It's a vision that people buy into. It's a vision that impacts the people in this room. This is your university. This is your state institution. We're going to partner with our friends at Huntington. We're going to partner with all the other public institutions and the private ones. But I want people that graduate from WVU, when they have that diploma that hangs on their wall, that every year it means something more to them. The memories are even deeper and richer because what happens, the institution, its profile continues to elevate. Its reputation continues to elevate. And so I want an institution that is accessible, it's affordable, it never takes anything for granted. And as my mom used to tell us, quoting George Washington Carver, start where you are with what you have, do your very best, and don't ever be satisfied. That's what we're going to do.
Yeah, it all makes sense. And, I was just driving literally through campus in front of the Mount Lair the other day, and things are obviously very busy. And you could tell the freshmen, they're kind of still looking around. And I think sometimes as we get older, we lose sight that those are moments that are life-defining and changing, even though you don't know it while it's happening, right? I had two boys that went through WVU. One's a finance guy, one's a journalism guy, and they don't realize, but it's a life-lasting impact. And every single day it's happening. And I think sometimes if we don't realize the value that comes from that, it's an amazing opportunity that's sitting right there.
And you don't appreciate history until you get a few years removed. I mean, we're living in history, but we don't know that story until we get to tell it, decades later. Same goes for these kids in college. This is that one moment where, I don't mean this in a negative way, they can afford to be a little selfish. They get to choose how they spend their time, what they study, and what they do. But those patterns, those relationships are for life. And to enjoy it and to relish it, because they will never have another opportunity like this ever again, because life only gets more complicated.
Yeah. So you've hit about 20 of these counties, approximately 19, 20. You've got 35-ish to go, and I know the plan is busy. I bet you every county is represented in this room right now. As the president takes off, make sure you go ahead and say hello, and you'll hear from people from Weirton to Welch, Martinsburg to Matewan, and all points in between. You can tell them, as our time runs out, it's a great day to be a Mountaineer, wherever you may be. Ladies and gentlemen, WVU President Michael Benson.
Let's go.
Well, thank you, Tony and Dr. Benson. I know as a two-term alum of WVU, I could not be more excited for the opportunities ahead for this university. I'm Brian Dayton. I'm with the West Virginia Chamber of Commerce, and it's my honor to introduce our next speaker today, someone whom I've had the opportunity during my time at the Chamber to get to know very well and now count as a friend. And I know he's a friend to many people in this room. Chris Direwalt serves as the political editor of News Nation and The Hill, and he anchors News Nation's Sunday news affairs or public affairs program, The Hill Sunday. He is a former political editor of the Fox News Channel, and he is a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, where he focuses on American politics, public opinion, and the media. He is also a contributing editor and columnist for The Dispatch, one of my favorite news sites. If you don't read it, you should. And he's the author of the national bestseller, Broken News, Why the Media Rage Machine Divides America and How to Fight Back, and Every Man a King, which takes a look at American populism through the lens of 7 famous populists. Chris, we are so glad to have you back here. We love it every time you come and join us, and thank you for coming back.
Thank you, Professor. I got a real expectations problem with you people. People are like, oh, I can't wait to hear you talk. You're so funny. It's going to be great. I want to be clear with you. I am funny for a political pundit. I am not actually funny. I'm not real funny. I'm DC funny, right? It's like being DC attractive. It's not the real thing. And this, let's be very clear. This is too much. This is too much. I can't live up to these standards. And Steve, the centerfold, tastefully done. That's all I'll say. Staple placement, perfect, everything great about it. I loved it. It's too much with you people. I can't possibly live up to your expectations. So, what I want to talk about, I saw something happen the other day in Washington, and it felt extraordinarily familiar, and I couldn't figure out why. I couldn't figure out what it was. And I was thinking, this seems like something. And it was that the President of the United States announced that he was going to take a 10% share in Intel, because Intel, the CEO of Intel, wanted to keep his job. The president said, CEO wanted to keep his job, so 10%. He's going to kick 10% into the Treasury. And I thought, that feels familiar. What is that? And then I thought, oh yeah, that was West Virginia for most of my life. That's how politics worked in West Virginia for most of my life. When I was a young man growing up in Wheeling, when I started covering politics in West Virginia in the 1990s, that was the thing, right? Everything ran through Charleston. Corruption was rampant. And if you wanted to, no, I'm sorry. It wasn't if you wanted to do business in West Virginia. It was if you had to do business in West Virginia. If you had to do business in West Virginia, you had to come to West Virginia like you were cattle that was going to be slaughtered, fed up a chute and slaughtered. That was the approach that West Virginia took to business. I understand why that happened. It happened because West Virginia's economy was substantially based on extraction industries. Coal was here, timber was here, gas was here. Companies came in, and it was, let's get them, let's get while the getting's good. And the state filled up with plaintiffs' attorneys. Love you people, thanks for your support. Mark Adkins is here. The state filled up with plaintiffs' attorneys, and the government filled up with people who were excellent at getting their beak wet, at getting a taste, getting a share. If you had to do business in West Virginia, you were going to have to pay the right people, you're going to have to hire the right people, you're going to have to learn to get along in a hostile place. And then things changed in West Virginia. I don't know what's going on now. You guys will have to fill me in later. It seems like things may be a little different now. But then for a period of time, I saw that Tim Armstead died. And I remember when Tim Armstead became the Republican leader in the House, became the Speaker, and there was this moment in West Virginia where people, and I think in both parties, said, we're going to clean up our act. We're going to just, I didn't like the sign that said open for business, but I knew what they meant, right? I knew what they meant, which was, we're going to clean it up. We're going to clean out the underbrush, and we're going to be an attractive place for people to invest, to spend, to live. We're going to get rid of the corruption. We're going to get rid of the stuff, and we're going to compete. We're going to open up. And it was this enormous relief for people like Tim Armstead and these other Republicans who had been slaving, toiling in the minority. These are people whose grandfathers had started in the Republican minority in West Virginia politics. And then early in the 21st century, Shelley Moore Capito can get elected to the House. George W. Bush carries the state twice, and it's going to happen. Things are going to open up and West Virginia is going to be competitive. So when I saw Donald Trump say, that's a mighty nice chip company you have there, be a shame if something happened to it, maybe you want to kick me 10% of the action on this, I said, oh, this is like, sorry, Logan County. This is like, I know this move. I know this guy. Donald Trump should be the sheriff of Logan County, circa 1980, not now, RIP Tennis Hatfield. But this is the job that Donald Trump was born to have, is the sheriff of a coalfield county in West Virginia 40, 50 years ago. If it's going to happen, it's going to go through me. My people are going to get paid, I'm going to get paid, and it's going to work out the way I tell you it's going to work out. It is so weird. I cannot tell you how weird it is in Washington right now. I came outside of my building, outside of the building where all of the news media is awful, where we gather together in awfulness at 400 North Capitol Street, where we laugh about our high salaries and bad reporting. And I came out, and of course there was a group of paid protesters outside screaming about Israel. And one of the guys, by the way, I asked one time, and I said, what time are you guys stopping today? I say, over the blare of horns. He says, well, it's a holiday, so we only go to 10. I said, okay, nobody wants, not even the Intifada wants to pay holiday overtime rates. So I come out the other day, and I afforded the opportunity to meet a couple of National Guard members from West Virginia who were in DC. And they had no more idea, and I'm not going to get anybody in trouble, and I'm not trying to say anything bad about anybody who's in it. They had no more idea why they were there than the man in the moon, right? They couldn't have told you why. They couldn't have said why. And then I read today, one of them said something that I thought meant that he was kidding, but they're doing buildings and grounds work. The National Guard, they don't have enough for the National Guard to do, so they're remulching the beds in Washington right now, in part because, of course, they fired all the people at the National Park Service who were supposed to do stuff like that. So imagine you're 19 years old, and I'm not saying this is where he's from, but you're from Shillian, and you get called out of your work and you're sent up to Washington. And now you say, why am I here? And you say, well, you're here to make people feel good about the District of Columbia. And you're thinking, I don't care how people feel about the District of Columbia. I probably don't even like the District of Columbia because I have sense. I'm from Chilliwack. I probably don't care what people think about the District of Columbia or how they're living there because I probably am deeply invested in the quality of life in Eastern Kanawha County. And it's probably none of my business and it's probably none of my interest what the vibes are like in Washington, D.C. So it's a very weird moment. It's an astonishingly weird moment. And that got me thinking about Bill Bissett. Obviously, right? And I saw it today. I did not know they made suits with cargo pants. But it's good. It's good. It's tapered but flared at the same time. I love it. I think it's fantastic. And we hope he finds steady work one of these days. But I got thinking about Bill because I got thinking about Star Trek. Yeah, no, it fits. If you knew Bill, you'd know that that fits. And he'll correct me after this is over. He'll tell me all the things I got wrong about Star Trek. But here's the deal. Everybody remembers the TV show Star Trek, or every man does. Every male in this room remembers the TV show Star Trek. And the whole point of the TV show Star Trek is that we have an interplanetary coalition that is extraordinarily powerful. It's so powerful. We have the technology. Earth was almost destroyed, I don't know, whatever, gremlins or whatever. Earth is almost destroyed by something. And then out of that they say, well, we have this massive power, and rather than be destroyed by the Shazbot people or whatever the heck it was, we're going to band together and we're going to come up with very strict rules for how the power can be used. We're going to have this massive power. We can travel faster than the speed of light. We can blow up entire planets. We can do all of this stuff. So we better have some rules about how we do it. And then what is every episode of Star Trek about? Captain Kirk has to break the rules. Every single episode of Star Trek is, we have to break the rules because it's different this time. This time is different, and we have to break the rules this time because I know what the rules say, but we must use our extraordinary power for good. Does that remind you of anything? Does that remind you of anything except for the story of the United States of America for the past 100 years? We build up more and more and more and more power in Washington, D.C. We have piled up power in Washington, D.C. and in the person of the President of the United States. More and more and more. Somebody ought to have the power to do the right thing. Somebody ought to have the power so they can break the rules when they need to break the rules. How's it working out? How is it working out? We have 45 national states of emergency currently. We have 45 declared presidential emergencies. Now, some of these are old. Some of these are the Iranian hostage crisis. As a result of the Iranian hostage crisis, there's still an executive emergency in place dealing with funds to Iran and how we deal with Iran. There's a couple hanging around from the post 9/11. So some of the stuff, half of them, let's say, roughly, are foreign policy stuff that you haven't thought about Bulgaria in a long time, and it's probably on the list somewhere. So that's a bunch of them. But boy, have we been having a lot of emergencies lately. I don't know whether you've noticed this, but there are a lot of emergencies that have taken place. Joe Biden found a bunch of emergencies. And then Donald Trump found twice as many emergencies. That's how bad things must be in the country, that we've had a dozen emergencies in the past 8 years. That seems bad. The cities must be burning, the people must be starving, grass must be growing in the streets if we have all these emergencies. Oh, wait. As it turns out, if you create a situation in which the president is the only person who can determine whether a state of emergency exists or not, you're going to get a lot of emergencies. You're going to get a lot of emergencies. It's an emergency that we have free trade. That was an emergency. It's an emergency. So I'm declaring an emergency that now you have to pay me what I say you have to pay me. The president the other day talked about the United States as a department store, and that if you want to shop in our department store, you're going to have to pay. And I thought, again, Logan County. And I don't know why I'm picking on Logan County so much. Well, yeah, you do, because I'm from Wheeling. But I thought, my goodness, this is crazy. It's not your department store, and it's not a department store at all. It's just people selling stuff. It's people selling metallurgical coal out of southern West Virginia. It's people selling finished steel products out of northern West Virginia. It's people selling natural gas. It's just people selling stuff. It's not a department store, and you're not the manager. But that's an emergency, and everything's an emergency. And the problem, I feel bad for West Virginia because I feel that West Virginia has substantially been left out of the Cracker Barrel controversy. West Virginia doesn't have the kind of Cracker Barrel representation that a lot of similarly situated states have. It's more of a Bob Evans state, right? We're going to be honest. It's more of a Bob Evans state than a Cracker Barrel state. And I don't know, times are changing, I don't know. But I have a plan, because Bob Evans has been left out of all this. So I have a plan. Bob Evans, if there's anybody here from Bob Evans Farms, you don't have to pay me, well, 10%. Rebrand as Roberta Evans, go trans, freak everybody out, and then get paid on the flip side when you go back to Bob. Detransition, and it's going to be great. There you go, free idea. That's free money for you guys. Why do people care so much about Cracker Barrel's sign? Why do they care so much about Sydney Sweeney's pants? Why do they care so much about so many things that are unimportant? I looked at y'all's legislative calendar. Wow, you must have solved all the other problems in the state, because what I looked at was a very interesting collection of key issues. Okay, so how can I stand up on my motorcycle? I want to know. If I go like this, do I lean down and grab it like that? Or, well, you clear it up for me later. Attorneys here for a fee will clean it up for me later. Why do we focus so much on these wedge culture war issues? Why? And this is how I'm going to stop talking. My wife knows that I won't really stop talking, but this is how I will start to stop talking and get to your excellent questions. And that is this. We are going through a phenomenon of mirroring. So here's what's happened. The two parties are defining the bottom level of their conduct and performance, right, by what they believe the bottom level of their opponent's performance is. Has anybody watched Gavin Newsom doing what he's doing in the past couple weeks? Have you seen this? Social media, all caps, trolling, freak out, mean, the whole thing. Now he says, what? I'm just showing what Donald Trump is really like. But does he mean it literally? Or does he mean it ironically? Is this, you all have heard me talk about the pumpkin spice latte before. Pumpkin spice latte, Starbucks doesn't care whether you enjoy it ironically or sincerely. They don't care whether you're a basic bee and love your pumpkin spice latte with your Stanley Cup and your Ugg boots, or if you're buying it and posting about it ironically to talk about that you're making fun of those people. Starbucks doesn't care. Just buy the pumpkin spice latte and post about it. That's fine. Here's what's going on in our politics. Is Gavin Newsom being that way? Is he pretending to be that way? Is he acting like Trump, or is he being like Trump? Is Trump acting like Trump, or is Trump being like Trump? Who knows? Just click, just engage, just rage. Just get in the space and participate. Get sucked into this unimportant thing. Be drawn into this thing. The problem of mirroring is Barack Obama, we could go back to George W. Bush and signing statements on the grossly, rankly, terribly unconstitutional McCain-Feingold Act, which the Supreme Court rightly struck down. And George W. Bush signed the bill and said, but I don't think it's constitutional. It's like, my guy, you're supposed to veto it if you don't think it's constitutional. So we started there, and then we remember Barack Obama, most famously. I'm not a king. I don't have the power of a king to just say who's going to be deported and not deported. I can't just do that. We have a Congress that makes laws. And then it got to be re-election year, and you know what he said? You know, now that you think about it, this crown actually looks pretty good on me, and I think I can do that. I think I do have that power. Donald Trump refused 7 times by the Congress for money for the border wall, even under Republican control. So what did he do? He took the money out of the defense budget and spent it and said, take me to court. I don't care. Joe Biden, this is my favorite one. The moratorium on evictions under the coronavirus pandemic was expiring, and Joe Biden said, I think, Nancy Pelosi, you and the Democratic majority in Congress should extend this. And she said, why don't you just give it a shot? See if you can do it. It's probably not constitutional, but what the heck, throw it at the Supreme Court, see if it sticks. Just toss it up there, and that way it's not our fault. It's nobody's fault. You just throw it up there and see if it sticks. It didn't stick, and Biden could say, well, we're going to pack the Supreme Court or something. I don't know. How about do your job? How about instead of pack the Supreme Court, how about do what you know is right? And now we have the mirroring continues. The Republicans who complained about and screamed about what Joe Biden was doing in abuse of executive power are now cheering for Donald Trump taking ownership stakes in private companies as conditions of receiving funds that were appropriated by the Congress of the United States. It's not his money, and he can't keep it. The Congress passes a law that says, what's it called? TikTok? As we would say in West Virginia, the TikToks. TikTok banned. TikTok is banned. If you don't divest your ownership in TikTok, it's banned in this country. The White House started a TikTok account 10 days ago. That's outside of the law. Nobody's paying attention because we're only calling balls and strikes on the other team. We're only paying attention to the wrong, illegal, constitutionally obtuse, wrong things that the other people are doing. And then when it's our turn, what do we say? We say what they would have said down in Logan County back in 1978, which is, well, I can get as good as they can get, right? We're going to get as good as we can get while we can. And that's what they did. And that's what they're doing now, which is we're not going to pass up the chance to do wrong while we have power, because when those other people get back in, they're going to do wrong too. So we've got to do the right thing for our people by doing wrong for everybody else. And we know it's bad. We all know it feels wrong. It feels indecent. And it feels un-American because it is. We are coming up on the 250th anniversary of the founding of the oldest, most durable, most world-changing experiment in self-governance in all of human history. America is not normal. And I don't just mean that because of what I see when I travel on Interstate 64. America is not normal by all historical standards. We are richer, we are freer, we are a nation of laws. We are different than everything else that came before us. Never has anybody been this big while being this free. It's amazing. And we are coming up, we are hurtling toward that 250. And we have a real patriotism deficit. We have a profound deficit in real patriotism. Not nationalism. There's a place for nationalism. I'm not saying that nationalism is always a bad thing, but the difference between patriotism and nationalism is America is good because it's mine. It's us, it's ours, it's people like me. Patriotism is the love of an idea, of a concept, of a being, a way of being. America is more than an idea. but it is also an idea. It is also an idea. And I will get choked up saying it, and I'm sorry. But that clause, the great charter of the United States, our founding statement that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, is a world-changing, through the earth off its axis concept that we have. And you know what we're doing with it? We're arguing about Cracker Barrel. That's what we're doing with it. We're punishing our enemies, we're rewarding our friends, and we're treating this miracle like it was ordinary, like it was nothing too special. In 1976, the United States was not in a good place. I mean, I had been born the previous year, so that things picked up. It got better. It was getting better for America. But I could only do so much. I was only one. But America had been defeated in Vietnam. America had had the vice president and president of the same administration quit over separate scandals. Amazing. Hard to do. We had had riots. We had had a president assassinated, his brother running for president assassinated. It was a mess. And in 1976, the bicentennial was a big part of reminding people it's bad, but it's better than anything else coming or going. And my sincere and fervent prayer is that in this deeply weird time where it is too easy to be wrong and too easy to be affirmed in your wrongness because you don't see, hear, or talk to or listen to anybody who disagrees with you, that we will have a sudden outburst of patriotic love, right? Because you cannot, Ronald Reagan said this, and it's true, you cannot love America if you don't love Americans, right? There's no abstract America. It's America full of us, and we're the worst. We're also great, but we're complicated and we're hard to love. But that's what we're called to do, and my fervent prayer is that the coming 13 months, I can't do math, no, less than that, 10 months. We've only got 10 months. Get it together, people. 10 months, that the coming 10 months will revisit and ignite in our hearts the genuine love of the idea of America and of our founding creed. It's really important that we remember that it's not enough for other people to lose. It's not enough for us to win, for our side to win, for our business to win. We have to be in this as Americans, right? It goes God, family, country. It doesn't go God, family, laws. It doesn't go that way. Country is there, third, and that's okay. And I promise that I will spend the time between now and then being just this corny everywhere I go, all around the country, and telling people we have to get it back. We have to bring it back because the stakes are too high for ourselves, for posterity, and for the world if we don't. All right, so on that cheery note, who has a funny question? Who has a question? Somebody has a question. Show me a question. Hit it. Am I going to read Joe Manchin's book? Bill Bissett asked because he's getting back at me for making fun of his pants. That's what he's going. That's what Bill Bissett is going to do. I'm not aware of his book. I did not know that the book was coming out. I look forward to reading it, Bill. Thank you very much. Thank you for putting that on my reading list. Does anybody have a better question than Bill's? Who has a better question than Bill? Over here, anywhere in this room? I will walk away. Mark Carter, in the back. Yeah, what's your question, Mark? Yeah, that's why I called on you, because nobody stuck their hand up, so I'm making you do it. And ask Jane what you're supposed to ask me.
Chris, I think everyone here desperately wants to know your thoughts on the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Secretary Kennedy, and what he brings.
I'd like to go back to Bill's question about the book. I'd like to expand. I'd like to get back to the question about the book. we have too many things in Washington. Washington just does too many things. And it's the Star Trek problem, which is if you're breaking the rules for an issue that you like, you don't think the rules are really being broken at all. I forget who it was. Might have been Andy McQueen. But a judge said a long time ago when I was covering the courts, you think you want justice, but what you really want is the law. Because justice is subjective. What you want is the law. And he was right. Because justice, you don't go to court for justice, you go to court and you hope you get the law. And when we get into subjective determinations about how does the Department of Health and Human Services operate, I think for a lot of Americans, they had no idea all that went into DHHS until he started talking. Did you hear him talk about how he can see kids that have health problems by their faces walking through the airport? And I was like, you should stop by Cinnabon, brother. You have no idea what is going on over there. It's a real, if you've ever seen anybody in yoga pants eat Cinnabon, you will give up your position immediately. You will renounce your citizenship. So I think it's the Star Trek problem. It's somebody breaking the rules in the other direction, and it's freaking out the Klingons. Okay, one more. Yes, sir, right here.
Give us your outlook on the 28 elections.
Well, don't you know that in the 2028 elections, it's all going to be determined by gerrymandering. And it doesn't matter what anybody does because it's all being done, it's being gerrymandered. It's the biggest bunch of hogwash that I've ever heard. Texas has got this redistricting in, and they're going to get some seats there, and California will get some seats there, and Indiana, J.D. Vance is going to drop a nuclear bomb on Indiana if they don't give him another district, and they're doing all this stuff. I have spent a lot of time studying the question of gerrymandering. It doesn't make that much difference, right? It just doesn't. And if we have a total gerrymandering war, could the Republicans net out a couple seats? Yeah, except for this. What's Donald Trump's job approval rating going to be at the last week of October next year? Donald Trump's job approval rating right now nationally is at about 40%. If he has a 40% job approval rating in the last week of October, the Republicans are going to lose the House of Representatives, and I don't care if they gerrymander all of Mexico into Texas. The correlation between presidential approval and House result is pretty ironclad. Now, gerrymandering makes things worse because it gives us dumber members of Congress, but it doesn't affect the partisanship that much, just because there aren't that many seats that are up for grabs. We're talking about 20 seats, 25 seats. You could gerrymander one here, California, take whatever. I don't know. Now, the thing Republicans have to be careful about is they could fool around and lose the Senate. I think it is unlikely that they would lose the Senate, but they could lose the Senate. And the way that they could lose the Senate, and this is the unintended consequences. John Cornyn is the red line for Republicans in the Senate. If Texas is in play, really, for Republicans, they could lose. It is conceivable. It's a 1 in 5 chance that the Democrats could possibly win the Senate. But if Texas is in play, then it's possible. Because the Republicans look like they're in a bad place in North Carolina. Maine, we'll see. Texas, I don't know. So what are they doing in Texas right now? They're doing this super unpopular, crazy redistricting. And John Cornyn finds himself in a duel with Ken Paxton. Has anybody here ever seen Ken Paxton? That guy is like a movie villain, and he likes it. I keep thinking that I'm going to find James Bond strapped to a table in the back of Ken Paxton's house. He's amazing. And he's running against John Cornyn, and they've got to outdo each other to see which one of them can be the most awful. This redistricting is not going to be popular with swing voters. Now, if I were a Texan, if I were a Texas Republican, I would say, I'd love to help you out with 5 more seats, Mr. President, but we got our own stuff going on down here, and it's probably not going to be a great year. There's only been twice in the modern era where the party in power hasn't lost in midterms. 1998 because of the Clinton impeachment, and 2002 because of 9/11. That's it. That's the chalk. That's what you expect to happen. So you don't necessarily want to make things worse. So I guess I'd say it's 80-20 that the Democrats win the House, and it's 20-80 that the Democrats win the Senate. Does that make sense? Is that about right? Okay, I'm over, and if I don't leave, they'll make me be in the magazine again next year. So I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for having me. Have a great day. Thank you.
Just DC funny. The real funny.
No, it's fake. It's
Wait. I said he's not just DC funny, right? He's real funny.
Oh, I've been attacked.
The West Virginia Chamber of Commerce is pleased to make bicentennial baby, Wheeling native, Chris Steyerwalt, our 2025 champion of West Virginia.
You had to surprise me with this, so you knew I wouldn't have come. We did surprise you because we knew you wouldn't do it. That's right. Well, if that's true, then I will say this. I've said it before. Steve Roberts taught me so much more about politics than I ever knew. And you people don't know how lucky you are to have him. And you don't know how lucky you are to have somebody who plays the long game and invests in institutions and cares about stuff working in the long term. He has put himself into this work, and a lot of what's good in West Virginia is a result of that. And I didn't know it when I was covering it, but I've watched it for 20 years and I've seen it, and it's true. So now we're even.
And I only have this to say. If I had known Chris was going to say that, I wouldn't have come. So, thank you, Chris. Thank you very much.
It is now my sincere pleasure to introduce our next speaker, the Honorable Patrick Morrisey, Governor of the great state of West Virginia. Governor Morrisey was first elected the state's Attorney General in 2012, re-elected to the post in 2016 and 2020. In 2024, Governor Morrisey prevailed in the Republican primary, followed by the November general election. He was sworn in as West Virginia's 37th governor on January 13th of this year. He is a hard-working man who brings a lot of energy and focus to the job. Governor Morrisey, thank you for being with us, and welcome to the Business Summit.
You know, it's always good to get applause before the speech because you never know what's going to be said. You know, I want to thank you, Mary Beth, and it's wonderful to be here. I love seeing the great crowd here, businesses from all across West Virginia, and people coming here to celebrate the opportunity that we have right here in West Virginia, which I think is unmatched anywhere across America. I'm really grateful. I'm happy to be here because we have a chance to have a conversation today and to talk about some of the transformational projects that are underway, what's going on in West Virginia, as well as a lot of the work that we're undertaking to take on many of the challenges facing our state. I'm not one to sugarcoat things, so get ready for the next 20 minutes. I want to first start, I want to recognize my wife, Denise, who is, puts up a lot with me being in this position. Denise, thank you. I want to thank the Chamber for all the work. This looks like a record-breaking crowd. But I also want to start on a sorrowful note because I think one of our friends recently passed away. It's actually been a tough week. I think a number of people who many of us know have passed away. Very, very sad. My heart goes out to the family of Justice Tim Armstead, especially in light of his passing on Tuesday. I think many of us knew Tim very, very well, and I think we'd all agree that this is a guy that had his focus down right. He was able to drill down, and every time you talked to him, he knew his ethical bearing. He used to work to subscribe to the rule of law, and he cared about his family and his faith. These are things we all know about him, whether we agree or disagree on a number of issues. I think Tim was one of those rare individuals who tried to do the right thing all the time, right? once again, whether you agree or not, you knew that his heart was in the right place. And I think he did an admirable job on the High Court. He interpreted laws the way the legislature intended, not just inventing new rights that were not enumerated in the text. I know when I think about people to place on the Supreme Court, I've been fortunate enough to have one pick. Now, sadly, I have a second pick to make. I look at Tim Armstead as a wonderful model, so I just wanted to express that everyone is thinking about Tim's family and friends during this difficult time. He was a true pioneer and a trailblazer in West Virginia. Now today, I'd like to talk a little bit about economic development. And for those following close at home, we've been doing a lot of it here in West Virginia, and a lot of it coming out of our administration. I would say there's probably no issue that we focus on more day to day than working on the fundamentals to help our state become that shining state in the mountains. And that's been the way since day one. And I'm always focused, and I think our team is, and I believe the legislature too, how we can make West Virginia ascend and how we can better compete in that world economy. Now, I've been in office a little over 7 months, so give me a little bit of time on this. I know for some of you it may seem like a few years. That's supposed to be a joke, by the way. But we've been working hard to fix a number of the big challenges that face our state. Whether we're talking about improving our current standard of living that we know has to go up, lifting up our educational attainment, pushing our workforce to be the finest in the region, improving our healthcare outcomes. We actually are going to get another great opportunity under the big, beautiful bill to do that, and that's something we won't talk about much today, but that's a huge opportunity for West Virginia economically and from a health perspective. Or just maintaining top-flight infrastructure that's going to be able to compete with our neighbors. My administration's been working on the fundamentals to get things right, and quite frankly, spending some time on some of the things that didn't get as much attention in the past. I'm a believer that the fundamentals work. To use a football analogy, you have the right pieces in place. You may win with the starting quarterback, but if you have really good offensive tackles, good running back, good tight end, you're going to have a much stronger team overall. So with that, I'm not afraid to tell you that we have a different approach to economic development than what you've seen in the past. And I stand by it very strongly. And while we want to be grateful for all the terrific work that's been done before us, I'm a believer that we cannot beat our chest and celebrate victory until we begin better tackling some of the challenges that we face, until we begin moving the needle economically in our state so we're not rated last in a lot of the key categories. We celebrate when we win, not by participating. And that's what we're doing with our administration. And we have done a lot of good things in the past, and this is not finger pointing. But we have to recognize that where West Virginia's rankings are coming in, we have a lot more work to do in core areas. Let's face it, we have to lift up our workforce participation rate. I would argue that's the number one thing we have to do in the state of West Virginia. It's last in the nation. That's got to change. There are a lot of reasons that come in behind that will take too long to go through now, but we can change that. We must increase our standard of living and allow our people to get wealthier and stronger. We have to make more improvement in our math, our reading, and our science scores. We may have some different opinions about how to do that, but the goal must be the same for all of us. And we must advance our physical and our digital infrastructure and close this digital divide. I think West Virginia deserves a state government that works for them and prioritizes these issues. That's what we're doing. Don't buy into the arguments that we're not. Every single day, we have a team in place working diligently on that. And we're not looking just for the fancy press release on occasion. What we're trying to do is get the fundamentals in place and have a structure that'll be more attractive than any place across the globe. And we have a strategy. That's a strategy to direct all of the state's resources and approach, always thinking about economic development, projects and initiatives that allow us to do more with less and ensure that our taxpayers are getting the best ROI for their hard-earned dollars. Gone are the days where a department comes in and just slaps it in and say, I need $3 million on X. You must prove your ROI. That's going to happen. And it is happening under this administration. I think you're going to see things get better and better and move faster and faster as people are adjusting to this new regime. We're laser focused to build out our energy prowess while taking advantage of the new opportunities that technology brings us. I believe West Virginia flourishes if it can lead the nation in the intersection of energy and technology. We'll talk a little bit about what that means today. We have to continue to cultivate our workforce through a strategy involving recruitment, retention, and retraining. That's the heart and soul of our state. That lies in the strength of our workers. We have to also be the best state in the nation in terms of cutting red tape. Cutting red tape. That's always a mantra you're going to hear. Speed to build. We have to keep doing that. We need our government to move even faster than the speed of business, and the policies that we're doing are designed to accomplish just that. We have to continue to build out on the start we have to create a more competitive tax structure. There have been some good things done in that area. We have to go a lot further. Once again, taking that backyard brawl concept and saying in all the key areas to have more competition, we have to have lower taxes on the type of issues that motivate people to live in West Virginia, to work here, to play here. And we have to make sure that we're doing everything we can to help all of our companies offer that better product for all the goods and services that West Virginians are going to provide to the world. Now, we do have a new approach that we've been working on, and that involves this. Rather than just throwing money at individual companies in an ad hoc manner, we're working on the fundamentals. We're not just hoping to produce results. We have to enhance West Virginia's investment climate by lowering the regulatory and the capital barriers to enter our state. We have to closely scrutinize the ROI of every taxpayer dollar spent from an economic development perspective. And we have to be very serious about the key factors that drive long-term economic growth. I mentioned that cutting red tape zone, reforming our tax system. That is very high on the list. As you know, we've been working on getting the fundamentals right because we had to adjust the budget to make sure that we have ongoing expenses and ongoing revenue match. Once you accomplish that, you free up the ability to take on the tax issues at a level you haven't seen before. That's why we've proceeded the way that we have. Under our plan, the state's going to be targeting specific industries for growth and for help, for tactical support. Now, this might include some financing. We recognize that that's important, but the main effort is going to be come up with a proactive regulatory environment and removing those regulatory and workforce barriers that could be lowered or eliminated to strengthen our current assets, keeping people here, spurring investment, and providing competitive reasons for people to stay here in West Virginia. Once again, we are not going to be in the business of just trying to buy companies and get in some of these competitions. What we're going to do is we're going to show the world what West Virginia is made of. We're not going to focus on how much you could pay for a particular company when you know that other states around you have a lot more money. Yes, there'll be incentives. Yes, there'll be resources. But I'm talking about fundamental change, focusing on what West Virginia does very well. We can move fast. We're nimble. We have an opportunity with our trained workforce to soar. And we're leading the way in terms of our energy resources. And that's going to be a big part of what we're trying to achieve. Now, from day one, I think you know we've emphasized our backyard brawl for all-out economic competition in our neighboring states. We started with a series of executive orders that I think are making a difference, and we've started our efforts to downsize and repurpose state government, once again, to give us a chance to work structurally to have the resources to do things that'll matter to move the needle here in West Virginia. But our work didn't stop there. We've been focusing so much on improving the speed and the simplicity of government permitting. Let's start on that. That's a pretty darn important thing. Do you agree? If West Virginia is going to get ahead of the other states that we touch, we have to move like lightning and faster than the speed of business. That's why, during the last legislative session, I made it a key priority to pass HB 2002. This actually created a one-stop shopping on the regulatory side, a permitting dashboard that's going to facilitate greater transparency, interagency cooperation, and a much faster turnaround for permits and licenses of all kinds. This one-stop shop permitting program, it's going to help alleviate some of the problems that people have, and it puts every permit needed really in a place where it could be issued in a timely manner. I think ensuring that businesses can get off the ground quickly has to be a top priority. And that's one area where we absolutely can crush our competitors in the backyard brawl. We have to demonstrate commitments to tight timelines and to business-friendly regulations, which are going to allow us to supercharge the capital investment in our state. I think that bill is going to make a big difference, one of the more impactful things we've done in recent years. We also prioritize passage of the universal licensing bill. I don't know if you've heard about that much. You don't get all the coverage about all these things we're doing, but this is a big, big deal. We think it makes it simple for licensed professionals and holders of occupation licenses in other states to move to West Virginia and immediately get to work. Think about that. Faster to work without having to go through lengthy and redundant licensing processes. Already, in just a few months since that bill's passed, we've seen things that are moving the needle. We're increasing the number of contractors registered in the state since this time last year. If you look at the April through June timeline, things are getting faster. That's an 8% increase year over year. And I think that's just beginning. We're going to see a lot more movement in that area. And that's sorely needed. I know certain parts of the state are starving for more contractors. More contractors means more growth, more economic development opportunities. It's an exciting bill. We focused on digital infrastructure, which is vital to the data economy, which is a big part of West Virginia's future. Now look, West Virginia's lagged in terms of broadband internet for too long. The good news is, thanks to a lot of the work, people that came before me and our federal representatives, state of West Virginia is now in the final stages of its BEAD application, which has the potential to bring in well over $1 billion when you look at both the internet application we have and the wireless assets we hope to apply in the future as the Trump administration clarifies that. Both of those programs can help expand internet access and help our state reach our full potential. That has the ability to be a true game changer in the Mountain State. Importantly, we were one of the first states in America to proactively go work with the Trump administration. We saw the direction that the Trump administration was going, and we ran out to it. And right now, I think we're third in line in terms of the place where we're going to get our application submitted and hopefully approved. That's going to maximize our ability to have funding in all parts of the state. And of course, we're working very hard to leverage our energy resources. That's long been one of West Virginia's greatest strengths and the foundation of our success. It's what motivated me quite frequently as the state attorney general when I used to feel like I would wake up every day and wonder how I was going to sue the Biden administration today. You know, now I wake up every day and say, how can I lure more businesses into West Virginia by leveraging our incredible energy resources and our people? Now, West Virginia, we should be a national energy powerhouse. We're literally sitting on mountains of energy right beneath our feet, right beneath us. We have 16% of the nation's coal reserves and over 39 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. That actually makes our small state the third largest coal reserve and the third largest natural gas reserve in the nation. We've got an abundance of coal, oil, gas, and all of it's ready to serve the data economy revolution that's taking place right now and is transforming our economy right before our eyes. Right now, West Virginia has 16 gigawatts of baseload generating capacity. Think about that. But a number are projected to shrink with some of the power plant retirements. For a state with over a third of the gas and coal reserves, I don't think that makes much sense. So it's important for part of our economic development to have a strategic plan to change that. Not just to arrest the decline that we inherited, but to grow really fast. We have to supercharge West Virginia's power production. If West Virginia, Ohio, and Pennsylvania were a country, we would rank as the third largest natural gas producer in the world. Think about that for a moment. Thinking about the region of opportunity, we would rank third largest in the world. That would put us behind only the US and Russia. This corridor that we operate in, it's uniquely positioned to power the AI and the computing demands that we have, where we need massive amounts of affordable and secure power, baseload power. And I think now the world is beginning to recognize that. Now, I'll be making a more formal announcement about our energy plan in upcoming weeks, but I can promise you that this policy is designed to be ambitious, and it's going to fuel the next phase of power generation in our country. This strategy is going to set a goal of increasing the state's current baseload generation capacity from 16 gigawatts to 50 gigawatts by 2050. It's pushing to increase reliability by prioritizing stable sources of fuel, primarily coal, natural gas, and nuclear. By maintaining and building out our grid, our 50 by 50 initiative, that's going to make West Virginia by far the leading per capita exporter of energy in the nation. That's our opportunity. We have a lot of them, but this is one big one. Our plan is also going to focus on developing and expanding economical uses for coal beyond power production. We're going to invest in advanced power generation. We're going to be doing a lot of work on nuclear power plants, setting up some meeting in the very near future. And we want to address the need for sufficient transmission lines and natural gas pipelines within West Virginia, and so we can also be a major player to the other states in the region. We're going to expand our baseline power production, and we're going to leverage off that to grow as a state. I think that's critical for us to do. And that's going to position us to encourage investment in all parts of West Virginia and make sure that we're tying that to the prime sites for technology and advanced manufacturing. Now, I think the piece that most represents that philosophy of what we're doing is actually the power generation bill that we passed earlier this year. And I want to congratulate the legislature for a lot of the good work that they did. It takes a team to win. And this was a wonderful process. We worked with the House and the Senate to get something very, very big done. And that legislation, I think that has the potential to profoundly alter and improve economic opportunities for our citizens. As all of you know, the emerging data-driven economy brought about by the rapid expansion of AI and data needs, it requires an enormous amount of power to ensure that the data centers are going to be able to operate. And there's literally an arms race that's going on right now between the United States and China. West Virginia should be out in front taking the lead. Our data center bill is designed to help make that happen. Virtually everything you need online, it's going to require extensive cloud infrastructure and computing power. And so the need for processing and more servers is only going to grow. This is going to require a massive build-out in our nation's power grid, which West Virginia has both the ample resources and development-ready space to accommodate. The microgrids bill, as is sometimes called, aims to take advantage of this opportunity by leveraging our current strengths and quite frankly, getting government out of the way. Speed to build. And that's going to open up our state for future investment. The meetings, the conversations we're having on this, I think are very, very promising. But look, we started at 0 in this area, right? Let's acknowledge that. At the beginning of the year, we were at 0 in this area. We're moving rapidly, and we're positioning ourselves very, very effectively for the future. And we're doing that by leaning into our strengths and the things that we can control and do better than the other states that we touch. Having a regulatory environment, speed to build, cutting red tape, a place where data and tech can flourish and have a great deal of freedom to pursue their unique goals without the fear of government hijacking what they're trying to accomplish or putting red tape in their way. Through our bills, through our approach, we're allowing companies to generate or buy power from whatever source suited them, and we're reducing the number of regulatory and permitting hoops that they had to jump through. That's why I was very happy we created a new data economy liaison position. Chris is here today doing great work. Thank you for joining our team. I got to tell you, got a lot of good economic development people. I congratulate our team for the hard work they're doing. This data economy liaison, I think there's nothing like it in America right now. Our data economy liaison going to be the sole point of contact in terms of dealing with regulatory issues on the local level, on the state level. And obviously then as we're working effectively with the feds, that means that we can move faster and faster than what you've seen before. Now I get it, it takes time to set up these structures, but now we're getting the kind of people in place that are designed to make that happen. I'm excited about that. Just that one small change, you wouldn't believe how many people across America focus on what we got right in that bill. Speed to build, that's critical. Now, of course, raising West Virginia's economic potential means also keeping our taxes simple and straightforward. The bill that we passed for data centers, that didn't change or increase taxes in any way. We didn't go in that direction. We're never going to. But it did modify the distribution of the resources in order to reward counties to invest in West Virginia and our power grid and create a dedicated stream of new income for future economic projects. And I want to spell this out because it matters. Imagine in the future, a single 1 gigawatt data center will generate between $100 and $150 million in new tax revenue. Think about that for a moment. Every county is different, so these are not meant to be exact numbers, but I'm giving you a hypothetical. Under the distribution system, that means you might have 75 million of those dollars going toward reducing the personal income tax for all West Virginians. 45 million for the facility county of location. That's a lot of money for these local counties. 15 million for all other counties. 7.5 million annually for economic development, and another 7.5 million towards strengthening our grid infrastructure. Now think about that for a moment. That's with a gigawatt. Conservatively, there's no reason why we can't get to 3 to 5 right away. Now you start talking in numbers of 500 to 700 plus million per year. Now we know there's a lag in terms of how property tax revenue gets calculated. It doesn't happen overnight. And there's also a lag in construction build. But the long-term arc of this, I would argue, will make this the single biggest economic development generator we've seen in a very long time. And it's thanks to the good work of the legislature and the executive partnering, coming together to do that. That's meaningful economic opportunity, meaningful economic development. And that's what we want to work with all of you on. I think that data bill combines the best of our economic development strategy. It's targeting multiple industries and building out leverage to take advantage of what we do right. Bringing technology, energy, and advanced manufacturing together, reducing or eliminating red tape, getting taxes lower and lower, and doing it in a manner that ensures that all the key sectors of West Virginia will be positively affected. Within just a few months, we're already seeing this transformative strategy take root, and it will bear fruit. I look forward to announcing a lot of positive results very, very soon. And with the broader economic development strategy guiding our state's actions, you should expect big wins and big players in the future. Now, I want you to imagine something. We all like to come to these events and hear good news. Well, there's an important thing we should think about our future. Imagine a West Virginia without a state income tax, having lower aggregate taxes than all the states that we touch. A dedicated fund for economic development. That was actually one of the original goals of the data, the power bill, because what we want to do, the formula changed a little bit, but we wanted to make sure that we had a constant stream of resources on the basics. What are those basics? Well, they're straightforward. You probably have heard about that. In my State of the State, we talked about things. Some people said, oh, why is he talking about site selection? Why is he talking about workforce development? Basic sewer and water. We have to get all that ready. That's what we're doing. And once again, we started in a place where that wasn't the focus. We're changing all that. And I think you're going to see great results. We can be that national energy powerhouse. That's the vision. And it's built by leveraging our amazing energy resources, and all through the work of dedicated West Virginians. Finally, one of the most critical factors that we know drive economic decisions and that companies consider when deciding whether to invest is our workforce. West Virginians have been significantly challenged through the pandemic, and I think the structure put some serious strain on our regional competitiveness. We have to reverse that, and that's one of the callings of our time. And that's why I'm proud to say we're working on a complete overhaul of our Workforce West Virginia website and the functionality of that agency. And that's going to happen. That's a major priority of Commerce. It's been for a while, but we now have some new people. We're going to drive that process forward. And we're going to take that new approach to make sure that we can place people better into jobs in the Mountain State. Recruiting, retention, and retraining has to be one of our big hallmarks. We want our workforce system to be an effective tool for the private sector to leverage so we can help companies meet the job needs of tomorrow. And this, quite frankly, is where everyone in this room comes into play. You can make a difference in how successful we are. I believe we're only going to be successful if we all work together and we all move in the right direction. We have to make that happen. So whatever agendas you're hearing about, we're going to be formulating something. We're going to work with you. I think there's a lot in common that we have here. But we need your help. We need dedicated focus on the things that matter, that move the needle, not just get press releases. To build the shining state that our citizens deserve, we all need to be on Team West Virginia, working together and strategically investing in our state's strengths. Big news is going to be coming soon, and it's going to show the fruits of our labor. In 7 months, we have evolved as a state and already doing things much more competitively than ever before. Whether you're talking about the issues involving energy, technology, healthcare, rural transformation, getting the best value out of our infrastructure monies, we're doing things better. And that is going to pave the way for a very optimistic future. I hope that our administration has an opportunity to work with everyone here in this room. If just we all are moving in the same direction, there's no stopping West Virginia. We'll be that shining state in the mountains, and we'll become the regional and national powerhouse that I know we can be. My name is Patrick Morrissey. I'm your governor, and I'm looking forward to the next 3.5 years. Thank you, and God bless.
Like a lot of what we hear there. Reached the end of our morning agenda. 2 or 3 things here. Meet the Administration event is downstairs in the Eisenhower room for the next hour or so with Secretary Harridge. Chamber pack reception again at 5:30. It's not too late to give. Reception for all Business Summit attendees at 6 o'clock out on the terrace. And we have breakfast here at 8 a.m. and we begin business at 8:30. Have a wonderful afternoon and we'll see you tomorrow.